who wrote the world's first-rate manual on sex. The next chapter in the story of India is the Golden Age. All societies in human history, I suppose, have imagined a golden age, a past time when people lived in peace and plenty, when the rulers were just, and when the division between sacred time and profane time had not yet happened. But here in India, of all countries, that idea has been extraordinarily tenacious and powerful right down to today. But is there a history behind such dreams? This is a journey back to the Golden Age, real and imagined.
People might know you're having a fucking day. You've been jerking yourself off, making us fucking sick. It's good. I'm not muted. I can fucking hear myself. How about you give it the fucking program, G? Maybe it's just weird. He's getting already live stream. I'm gonna tell him he is one of the great procrastinators in history of mankind. I've heard this motherfucker say he's gonna do live stream like all fucking day. Like every single time. I mean, just tinkers with something, which I understand. I get it. I'm like that too. But I'm ready for him to keep telling me, are you ready for me to go live? I'm like, yeah, dog. Yo, dog, my mic is working. I fucking can hear myself. I have another fucking. You're not working. You're not working. Caspian C, how you living, fam? Can you hear me? You sound very far away. Dude, your shit sucks. He can hear me. Your shit sucks. You need to leave and come back. Dog, leave and come back. Your shit sucks. Leave and come back. Dog, your shit sucks. Caspian C, tell him that he needs to leave and come back. Tell him he needs to leave and come back. Caspian C, I can hear myself. Caspian C, can you help me here? Exactly. Tell, dude, you're shit, man, dog. Fuck you, man. Here's what you need to do. You should never mute any of them. If you need to turn one down, turn it down to 10%. What in the fuck? How the fuck do you think that the world starts and stops at your behest? What the fuck, man? You come in here like, you're not making any sense. You know, he can't fucking hear you. I'm like, dog, I've been literally talking to people all fucking day. And you think I'm the one with the fucking problem? Do you know who iShow Speed is? Well, I'm live streaming in his fucking Discord right now, like a pimp. Dog, Riser, how don't you think Caspian Sea sounds like he's very far away? Yes. No. I've been talking to him all day. And all day he was at 100. Right now he's at like 40. You ready for this one, Riser? You ready for this one, Riser? You ready what I'm going to do with that fucking suggestion? Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. Speak now, Caspian Sea. Yeah, way better. Plugged in the mic. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Doug, I was already there. I was already seeing you not streaming, and I'm still seeing you not streaming. Okay, so are you streaming now? This is literally the 45th time he's told me he's streaming today. Are you streaming? Offline, dog. Are you fucking sure? Okay, I got you now. You've been online for 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. He's online, folks. W's in the chat. Yo, dog, can I hear myself on your shit? I got the biggest stick in global history. I can't hear myself on this, which is good. Yeah, you definitely connected. I mean, I could. Riser, could you hear? All I see is one big thrasher. I see like half. Why don't you get in the picture? We got a really great view of your shoulder. Look at this motherfucker in a black turtleneck. I'll tell you what he looks like. A motherfucker who's only showing 1/8 of his fucking screen, man. Come on, you have a whole thing. See my screen? You can see everything, baby. There you go. Now I see some shit. Fuck yeah. Now that's a good looking motherfucker. Ayo. Ayo. Look at his body. Word. Sexiest man on earth. Phenomenal. Oh, upvote that shit. Dog, I have more videos than I have upvotes. I have more videos than I have uploads. I bought subscribers and I still have more videos than I have subscribers. How funny is that? I bought thousands of subscribers, and yet I still have more videos. And these aren't shit videos. These are 12-hour fucking videos. Dog, this is the most baller shit of all time. All right, let's get this real fucking deal going. My man Riser, are you fucking ready? Okay, Caspian C, are you gonna play? No, I understand if you're not going to. I'm just asking. Dog, I like his fucking I like his black turtleneck. His mock turtleneck is pretty tight. I like how he's back. Dog, it had been so long since he'd been streaming on Kick that Kick no longer showed the last time that he streamed. The only thing on his page were literally 3 clips, 2 of which my bots made. So he had 1 clip from my bot, then a random clip, and then another clip. That is the only evidence. And 900 followers, which actually was pretty fucking good. If you look at Caspian C's follower count in comparison to most people, he's in like the top 5% already. All right, boys. So, oh yeah, every single one. Caspian C, are you gonna play or what's going on here? Okay, I understand you've got priorities. Dog, I'm gonna whoop the fucking shit out of Riser so badly, my fingers are gonna bleed. I hate this level. He's got shit to do. Let him do his thing. Place your ball in the starting area. Stuff this dick. Wait. Oh. Yeah. No way, dude. That's a death trap. That was a good shot. Dog. Oh. That was really good. I could like put your ball in the back again, but oh what? Dude, this was not even. It's not even in the hole. It's like not even close. Not even within nothing. Breathing distance. You have to nip it into the shot. Oh, what a good shot, dude. You are impressive. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope your ball hits the pin and bounces out. Well, fortunately, it's only 1 point, not like 4 fucking points when you're playing with a bunch of people. Do you remember when you hit the shot and it was really, really good? I don't. Dog, check this out. You didn't watch shit. You have an amazing, amazing ball. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? You're 100% right. You're 100% right. It's not. You think that I don't think it's that. Can't stop. Won't stop it. Do you like this hole? It doesn't matter. You don't get a next shot. Welcome to my world. Here we go. I like this hole. You ready for this? Look at this. Genius shot. Fuck this. This hole sucks. This hole sucks. This can be bad. Go in the water. He likes Zoots. You'd have one with what you wanted to do. Oh, that was really good. You ready for this move? Are you ready for this move? Did you see that? Did you see the speed at which it went in? It's still using that momentum to this day, son. It's still using that momentum to this day. And look at that. It even gave you a little kiss and got rid of that shit. Now hit your ball in the water like we all want. Dude, remember when you hit your ball in the water and everybody celebrated? Celebrated the fact that you hit the. That was an excellent shot. I don't think it helped you, but it didn't hurt. Oh, I didn't see the hole there. Oh, that's great. It did help you. I didn't see the hole there. Great. Yo, welcome. That's Darren. Darren's amazing. Darren just got banned recently from the ISO speed server for using hard R. I'm not defending him. A hard R. That's literally, he sent me the ban, and it said the ban for using hard R. I think he's from Indonesia. I think he's from Indonesia. Oh, that was the ban. Yes. That was a good shot. I did not much shit. Oh. Do you like that shot that you just had? Yes or no? What would you do if you like? I don't think this is a good shot. Maybe it's just a good ball. That's I'll take it. I'll take it. We're tied. Let's see what you got, D. That was a terrible. I'm gonna bounce it around this tree, just perfectly. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna bump me? Or are you gonna be a man? There you go. That's a man shot. Oh. Oh. Okay. I don't know if I want to hit anything. I think I just want to slide it in. You can take it. Oh wow, did you clear things up for me? Thanks for the win. That is unfortunate. I don't like this one. Alright, here we go. There's a lot of shit in my way. I don't know if it's the shitty way. Dude, why do you call it the shitty way? That's a huge shot. That's not. Oh, that was an amazing shot. That good fuck. Oh my god, bad. Yeah, don't go that way. Oh, that's a nice shot. Now this is. Oh, now I see why it was even way worse to go. That helped. Dude, you have a piece of win here. You're gonna have to win. Give him the W, folks. Guys are stocks. All right, dog. You ready for this? Let's see. I've never played this all over. Dog, dude, he's done. He's done. He's so focused in this shit. He's never gonna talk to us again. He's too Hollywood. Go. You think that's a good shot? Why? 8 for a really good shot. You can. 3 points. 3 points, B. Where's that hole? I kind of do as well. I think it'd be really. Oh wow! How'd you like that shot? How'd you like that shot? Dog. You could if you bounce it off shit. Oh, that's a good shot too. Don't knock me in. Giving away points. Giving away points. Here we go. Pitch the ball. Dude, look how hard it is. How'd you like that shot? Like I just did? I guess. Okay, I'm ready. Oh no way. That's so good. You have a chance at stopping it. Miss it. Leaving points on the board. Leaving points on the board. The west side gangster, the east side pimp. The east side gangster, and the west side pimp. right, D. I want to see how good your shot is, but that's short. I wanted to like your shot. Um, yep. Look at this one. I'll take it. You're going to be able to get past the trees. Oh, with a good shot. We're ready, baby. Make it. I want you to make it. I'll show my ball. That's not what you wanted. And I don't even think you can make that shot from there. Oh, but you're going to get a chance. You're going to get a chance. He refuses to give up, folks. He refuses to give up. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of work back. Let's see your shot. Ooh, interesting. Are you ready for this? I'll take it. Just don't mess with my ball. Just don't touch my ball and I'll be okay. If you touch my ball, then you should. Oh, wow. That's terrible. Now watch this. I don't know. Are you speaking English? Is this supposed to be like a negative comment? Huh? Dog, can I get a translator here? Are you ready for me to sing this one? I accidentally hit it. I accidentally hit it. My finger slipped. My finger slipped. Here we go. You could fucking take advantage of it. That's the wrong aim. Champion. 1-1, baby. You won. I'm approaching my 200th win, which is just very sexy. Of all the numbers, 69 is number one, for 208 damage. Here we go. You ready for this? Rise it. I'm ready to go. I even fucked up on the last roll. Do I think? They need to have a chronic roll. I'm going to work on it. Did you like that shot, though? I'm just asking. Did you like that shot? I'm just asking. Did you like that shot? Thanks, big dog. Look at this shot. Right in the corner. That's exactly what I want. Perfect, dog. I'm going to show people how to play this better than anybody else. Yeah, do it. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Look at the shot clock. Look at the shot clock. Smart moves, baby. That was not. He took out the corner, which didn't do anything for him. Look at this stuff. How'd you like that shot? Ooh, that would have been so cool if that went in. That would have been so cool if that went in. 1-0, baby. Do you want to be interviewed after each hole? Tell the world how you feel. How do you feel after hole one? Like what? Like this is the greatest shot you've ever seen, dog? Like that's the greatest shot you've ever seen? Pretty close. Pretty close, dog. I went through the little, yeah. That's how I did it, but I didn't hit. So avoid hitting. But I made it all the way. No, no, it's not. It's not. It's definitely. Look at this movie. Did you like this shot? You're really having a stretch. You're really having a stretch to just even grasp some kind of modicum of positivity. How do you feel having lost not only the previous hole, but having tied this hole? That was an amazing shot. That was an amazing shot. Look at this one. This is a really hard shot. It's hard to get it there, dude. It's hard to get it there. Dog, you don't even know how hard it is. Okay, that's pretty good. But you can still. I'm levitating. My sugar boo. My sugar boo. Look at this shot. What? Dude, it was good. Yours is short. I like how yours is short and fair. Boy, I need a good shot here. I need a good shot in this one. You have 2 shots to make this. Easy point. I don't even need 2. I like your power. Place the ball in the starting area. Oh, I didn't see. I've never played the hole, so I don't know. I see. I didn't see it before. Have you played this hole? Yeah, that's fun. Have you played this hole? That's the shot. Oh, dude. almost fucking won. No, bitch. Because we tied him like, oh, you dumb slut. Learn to count. I'm making such a comeback on you. Watch this move. Dog, just hit the ball. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. This Frankenstein's going to be your friend. Like, look at this move. Dude, he's never going to play. Yeah, he's tinker. Dude, you should play it. You should live stream it on your computer. It comes with free tampons. Did you hear me? It comes with free tampons. I'm an advocate for free tampons everywhere. Boys' rooms, girls' rooms, Caspian seats, hold. Riser, how'd you like that shot, dude? What do you got? What do you got here? This is a miss. Obvious miss. That was an obvious miss. Fuck you. Okay, it's 2-2. Did you like that shot, though? Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot? I still won. Riser, I still won. Did you like that shot? Are you ready for this? I don't think so. Did I get you? I should pick Oh, I would pick this. You want to see a better shot? He'd be like, that's a 5. Dog, watch this shot. Oh, what a good shot. I guess. Dude, is it possible to get through this? I've never seen anyone do it. Look at this shot. It's almost like it was meant to be as one of the. Miss it then, dude. Miss it and give me a chance. Hey, go fuck yourself, you little bitch. Go fuck yourself, you little bitch. West Side. I'm a West Side or die gangster. Riser, how'd you like that shot, bitch? Remember that time you hit the ball? I'm sorry. What did you say? Oh, what the fuck? That was cool. Do you think this is possible? Just make it. Just make this fucking shot up. Remember that time Caspian C was in a live stream us? He's just tinkering. His whole stream should just become tinkering with Caspian C. Dude, you do you. I know you do. Busted your balls. Caspian C. Riser. Hit the ball, Riser. I'm going to black. Well, you can fuck me. Just full blast me. Yo, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, dog. Oh, great shot. Make the shot. He's my brother. I'm going to. No, I don't know who that was. He's my brother? Are you that dumb that you would really think that I would introduce you to my brother? No. You really thought that that was my brother? I have no idea who you're talking Go in the black shirt. It doesn't even matter. You ready for this to go right in perfectly? Oh, you can black banana dirt. Do it. Yes. Let's see it. There you go. Get there. Good shot, man. How about you just make it? You know, make it points. You want one forward, at least. But I can tell you right now with absolute assurance that I let you win whatever you win. I've never lost anything ever. Here we go, baby. We're gonna be doing. I'm not asking. You're welcome. How about you take your shot? That was terrible. Actually, that's very good. You're giving me a chance. This would be one of the greatest parts in history. I just don't think I can do it. What the fuck? You take so fucking long when he's not here. Yes, you do. I'm gonna show you how to hit this fucking ball. This is how you do it. Quickly, accurately, sexily, everything. Oh, was that a good shot? That was looking good. Now this is how you do it, son. I'll take it. Yep. Naked. Amazing. That was a amazing shot. Don't call it a comeback. How about you hit the ball, dog? We're always waiting for you. Why is it that I'm always talking about you not hitting the ball? Dog, I'm not rushing shit. I'm just being sexy. I don't know what else to say. I rushed you. Dog, why is it? Harassing you? What kind of bullshit is what kind of bullshit discussion is it? You're harassing me in a mini golf game. Officer, he's harassing me in a mini golf. Dog, all I'm telling you is that you need to learn how to play quickly, and I am doing it perfectly right now. This is how you play. You play quickly. You don't fuck around. You make your shot. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. None of this bullshit that I've been seeing out of you where it takes you 25 fucking minutes to make the fucking shot. You just put it in. You just put the fucking ball in the hole and everybody's happy. Wow. You are terrible when you don't hit percentages. You are terrible when you don't. I don't need percentage. Look at that skill. 1-0, baby. Put it on the board. Don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years. Oh, I hate this. Just make your shot. Like, how about you just make your shot? Just make your shot. What a good shot. Do you know what my ball did? Man, losing tons of points here. Go in the water. Dude, I'm done. Always had a good shot. Thanks, God. I appreciate it. Dog, just make your fucking shot. Shut the fuck up and make your shot. It's not giving me the opportunity, or I would. The ball would have been hit. Dog, I hit it. It's on you. It's literally your shot. Go in the water. What a great shot. Yeah, I am. Just like this. So shut the fuck up. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know what it would have done, but that was pretty cool. All right. Impossible for me to win. Make your shot. That shot's terrible. Oh, perfect. Actually, not. Let's see. You want to see a perfect shot? This is what I call a perfect shot. I sound like Z. Perfect shot. I like it. You can see the whole better. Take your shot and shut the fuck up. Dog, we're all waiting on you. Here we go. Look at this shot. One of the greatest shots in the history of mankind, dog. Oh, it's we are waiting on you. The shot clock is waiting on you. You gotta get around this tree. You gotta get around the tree. Dog, it's taking you for that bird to make. That was a good shot, though. Hey, you wanna be quick? How did that even fucking happen? Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Peace, man. One of the best streams ever. I know. Sounds good. That's it. Good job. You ready to get your ass kicked? All day, every day. I'm going to interview you after each hole. And I'm going to ask you what it's like to do so badly. Here we go. You ready for this? We're starting it off just like this. Look at this. Did you like that shot? I'm just asking. I'm just asking, did you like that shot? Wow, that's a terrible shot. Psych. Psych. I said psych. Everybody knows if you say psych. Cool. Look at this one. Look at this shot. One of the best shots you could have ever wanted. There are women that literally dream about a man who makes a shot like that, and I'm glad that I could deliver, baby. Let's see your shot. Let's see what you got here. You're not, yeah, dude, of course you're going to shoot it like that, because I cleared all the way through it. All right. I don't think I can. Unless you hit my ball. What? Yeah, you can't after that. Do it. Oh my God. Yeah, you could. That was very good. That was very good. That was very good. It should have. All right. Ready for this? Ready for one of the greatest shots ever? Wow. Did you see that though? I know we haven't played a lot, but that's how to play it. Now, would you shoot it here? No. I didn't miss. It just didn't go where I wanted. Are you ready for me to make this? And I just did. And I just did just to please you. Dog. You loved it. Okay, I hate this hole. Ready? Ready for this? This is a strategic move. This is 5D chess. Okay, let's see it then. You don't know how to do it. Wow, are you taking a long time? Got your protractor out. Oh, that was terrible. Absolutely terrible. But you're going to get a great balance. You want to see my shot? You want to see how it's done? Make it. What you're going to do, hit my ball. Good luck. Good luck. Well, let's see you do it. No way. No way. I don't think it's possible for you to make it up. Wouldn't that have been something? Wouldn't that have been something? Full 3 zeros. Are you ready for this? I've never played this whole. Like I have. Oh, I did not need to hit the ball there. That was very first. Watch this. Oh. Yeah, that was a really good shot. I got fucked. It got fucked, but that was a really good shot. Let's see your shot. Let's see your shot. How do you take forever? I mean, it's so long. Your shots take so long, and they're just bad. Bad. You want to see quick shots? Here we go. This is a quick shot. Like, how'd you like that? Did you like it? It was not only fast, but it was good. But most importantly, it was fast, baby. Oh, wow, that's a terrible shot. You know you're trying to win? You haven't scored in at least 2 holes straight. How does that make you feel? You haven't scored and at least make it. You haven't scored in at least 2 holes straight. How do you feel? We're interviewing you after each hole. What do you want to say? You haven't scored in the last 2 holes. What do you have to say for yourself? Dude, I don't think we have ice cream. Look at this shot. I thought it was good. Let's see what you got. Let's see your shot. That's a terrible way to go. You'll realize that was wrong. Are you ready for this? Oh, get there. Get that pink, baby. Or don't. Just stay right there. I'll take it. Now, if you want to see a really good shot, I'm going to bank it off the bat. Hit the fucking banking stuff. Oh, no, I didn't get the right one. That's a good shot. Make your shot, dude. Dude, oh, wow, is it? I've heard of shots taken a long time, but never would have heard of shot from shooting. Dog, I'm just telling you, you are taking forever. Forever. One of the longest shots in the history of mankind. Look how long you're taking. We got Zoo Jr. over here. All I do is make shots and fuck chicks. Make this. Make this. Take as long as you want. Because that's not going for sure. Wow. Scoreboard. Does your phone make a sound every time I win? Yes, it should. I understand that. I know it should. What the fuck? What was that? What was that? Dog, what was that? You ready for the shot? That's why I went. That's why I did that. If it involves the best, I want it. I'm gonna own it. All right. How about this? You telling me that shot sucked? You really tell me that shot sucked? God, so far away. Look at this shot. Oh, eyeballs coming. That's a terrible shot. What? Put it in front of my ball? This is the last shot. Oh, dude, this guy. He needs more shots. No way. Not even close. I don't even know what to do about that shot. Nice job getting 0 points. I want to play the alien hole. That's my favorite hole ever. No, that's an alien. Looks like an alien. No, it does, no, that's different. It looks like a fucking alien. It's 3 black puddles that look like an alien. Are you ready for this shot? Let's see your shot. This is terrible, kids. Don't shoot it like this. Kids, for future generations, don't do this. This should be rated not safe for work. Are you ready for this? I didn't want it to be that, dude. It's exactly where I wanted it to go. Perfect. You know why? Because then I can do this. You see that? You see the strategy? You see that? It's brilliant. Right? Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot. The pressure. Real bad. Shut the fuck up. Get your shot. Hey, look at me. I'm going to fucking put it in a little thing. Nobody cares. Bounce off the wall. Yeah, make it. Okay, you think I can make it? I almost did. It was very close. That's a terrible shot. Oh, oh, that was good. What do you think of this? Make your shot. Do you think it's possible to make this shot? The ball's got to go. Yeah, that was. Dog. I don't like this one. Go. Let's see your shot. That's definitely in the black. Wasted shot. Get in the black. That's good. Why would I not just take points? Why would I just take points? Ready for me to make this in the first hole? Dog, I hit that ball so quickly. That's a perfect shot. That's a perfect shot. Everybody wants that shot. Too far. That was awful. Knock his ball. Make this shot. I want to see you make this shot. Just make it. That was very good. Oh, God. I want it just another amazing. It literally said Rabbi won. Congratulations to Rabbi. I don't know what cap you have. One of the worst caps I've ever heard of. Why would it say that? Watch this movie. Yo, why don't you just get the ball? That's bad. Dog, your ball needs to stop moving so my ball can go. Perfect. 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 Dude, go. Go. Shot clock's going, dog. Shot clock's going. Shot clock's going, B. Shot clock's going. Oh, that was good. Ready for me to bounce it off this fucking block? I'll make it. Make your shot, B. Make your shot. I can make this. You know that? Oh, no. That's that pink shit. What are you gonna do? Make it. Ooh, that was a good shot. No, not even close. Not even close. I hate this one. We haven't played it enough. But look at this shot. Okay. All right. All right. And when it shows up, you'll be a believer. I'll have friggin' Bob Lazar. Thanks, dude. What are you gonna do? Look how quickly. Oh. Oh. That was good. That was good. That was good. Watch this. Perfect. That's a 10 10. You know that was one of the best shots you've ever seen. Wow, that is, you matched it, man. You matched it. You matched it. Get it, get it, get it. Watch this move. Yo, no. We need to make it. We did. No, that was bad. If you can't get it, just try it. Try it. Try it. Try it. What a perfect shot. But make it. Make it. I want you to make it. You deserve to make it. Too bad you didn't, but you deserve I did this one. How'd you like that, Pete? That sucked. That was terrible. You did that once. Thanks. Yeah, isn't it interesting that shitty shot has to try? Dude, what the fuck? Portal bumping. Wow, there's a lot going on here. That was nice shot. That's what you want to do. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, dude, fuck this hole. Big shot. Go in the water. Water. Make it. That's what you wanted to do. Good job. Too bad I'm not putting on this bad hole. Ready for this? One of the best shots you can have. One of the best shots you can have. I don't think you've ever made it. That's a good shot. Did you like that shot? You're gonna cut the corner? Look at this motherfucker cutting corners. That's effective. It blocks you, gives me a shot. make it there. I'll make that shot. On my ball, B. On my ball. That's a terrible shot. What wouldn't I understand, you little bitch? Too fast. You're gonna hit it over into the black shit. Yeah, you saw it, and you saw that you lost. Rabbi won. What does your fucking screen say now? 200 fucking wins. That's what mine says. If I could have beaten anyone for my 200th win, Brad, it was you, dude. Okay, I win. I'm the best. It's been real. It's been fun. Take care, my friend. Are we playing? No, fuck no. Fuck no. Chess drains me. Chess drains. It just drains me. No. But we can watch a 35-part series on the history of China, or if you're interested, we can continue watching a BBC documentary on, you guessed it, the history of India. Here we go, B. India it is. Hey, is ChatGPT streaming? Well, I'm about to tell you. What do you think? Yes or no? He is not. He streamed for 29 minutes, and that's pretty good. Dog, I cannot believe how sexy I am. Did you know that I'm bringing sexy back? Did you know I'm bringing sexy back here? Those motherfuckers don't know how to act. Yeah. You little bitch. You little fucking bitch. Fuck you, Zoot. Zoot's over here delayed as fuck. Hey, my name's Zoot, and I'm just gonna sit on my fucking thumb and do whatever the fuck that I think is good because that's how I treat other people. Are you ready to play, Zoot? Well, why don't you check your fucking inbox, B? What the fuck are you talking about? You hear like every night. Hey, Riser, 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 what the fuck are you doing? Riser, Riser, what in the fuck? Riser, what in the fuck? Dog, you were all yellow. What are you bitching about? You've been on Telegram as much as I've been streaming, which is absolutely not true. But okay, you want to tell yourself that. That's a neat story. Riser, what in the fuck, dog? Tell Yellow that Yellow's. Are you done? All right. Well, you please tell Riser to get his shit together. A whole minute? You need 60 fucking seconds. 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42. Are you done? Dogs, how many times can player 3 join the fucking game? There you go. Finally. Look at this shot, dude. Water bottle. I agree. That's perfect. Go ahead. What the fuck is that? Make your shot, Riser. We're all waiting. Riser, go. Zoot, here's the key. You have to put pressure on Riser and he fucks up. Like, especially with time. You should be like, oh man, my time's so valuable. Hurry the fuck up. Dude, make this shot. Oh yeah, he doesn't listen to us. That's 100% right. Riser, what a good shot. 100% good shot. That was amazing. Okay, that was amazing. Total bullshit shot. Make it, just make it. That was really good. And we all agreed Zoot had a very good shot. It was great. I'll make it. That's a miss. That's a make. Two 0. Go. Zoot's gonna be so bad at this one. Zoot, you're gonna be terrible at this one. This is bad. Very, very bad shot. One of the worst shots. Terrible. I know what you do. It's not that either. I got the best idea ever for a shot. Yeah, that's what you do when you want to win. Let's see your shot, Zoot. That's terrible. Thanks for the bump. Run away with it, B? Did you mean to say run away with it? Dude, fuck him up. Thank you. No. Just make it straight on. Ooh, that was close. Dude. Blast it. Dude, no. Dude, you're done. You don't have enough power. That almost made Here's the alien poll. Remember you said aliens don't exist? He said the alien hole didn't exist. Oh, what a good shot. No. Blasted ball. Harder. Because you're going to have to get past it. Dude, you're terrible. Goodbye. That was very close. That's push. I didn't look at the arrows either. I'm going to show you what to do. Dog, I'm going to show you what to do. But let's see what it is, dog. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That was brilliant. Because, you know, that's it. That's the move. So you thanks. That's how it's done, dog. That's a beautiful shot. Even better though. Fuck me. He fucked you so bad. Oh no, that's worse shit. What about it? I have a question for guys. Do you think if you blast it the whole way, that's a good shot? Exactly. He fucked with that tree. That tree fucked it. I know. Look at this shot, dude. Right, so that was great. How about you? Okay, well, figure it out. Okay, well, you figure it out. Now we have to wait 20 fucking minutes for your ball to ice. I don't want to talk to anyone anymore. I don't want to talk to anyone anymore. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, that's a good shot. Just terrible shots. I've never seen anything like this. Oh, that's this is bad. I have to make this. Make it. Not even like didn't even comment on it. Down to I love this one. Dude, try to. Go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, dude, you put your ball in the spot though. What in the fuck was that? Just terrible. Guys, shut the fuck up about your shot because I'm gonna fuck it up. Shut the fuck up about your shot. I'm gonna fuck it up. Oh wow. Whack. 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 No. What would you do this? That's not gonna make it. Yeah, no. Ready for this one? Make it a hole in one. Hole in one. That was terrible. I'm gonna make it in the hole. That's all that matters. Block it. That's what I always say. None, none felt. Black shit. What's black shit? You suck dick in this hole. I'm going to show you how it's done. What the fuck? That's a terrible shot. Wow. Get the ball there. This is going in the water, kids. This is going in the water. Surf's up, dog. Terrible. Water. It's this right. How about you shut the fuck up? This shot sucks. This shot sucks. Do it. That was terrible. Oh, what the fuck? What? Water bomb. You're gonna fuck over. Like, it goes through the portal, it's gonna go right back. Make your shot, dog. That's terrible. That's a terrible shot. Rabbi's gonna score. Look at this shot. Oh, I've seen that twice. I've seen it. I don't know what I think the worst. Super terrible. Hit the ball. That was good. Oh, that was good. Go, 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 go. Oh, nice. Do it. Make it. Beat this. You don't have a chance. You absolutely don't have a chance. But I like to think you can do it. Make your shot. Yep. That was very good. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, what? How the fuck did that happen? People don't know how to do it. Help me. Put my ball in. Do it. Water bumping. Water bumping. I just might. I just need to. That's such a He's gonna hit him. That was awful. I like that you literally hit it directed him. Make it. Way too hard. Two 1-0. Dude. Here we go, baby. I still want to watch the horse. So we're trying to create a lot. I still want to watch the horse. I have the champion. And it's quite fun. That's not what we're it's up to you. But I'm glad that you have so much foresight. This was the first shark you ever seen. That's a good shot. Hopefully. Water. Still way too much. I gave him the whole fish. Hit the hand. Hit the hand. Yes. Get ready for this waterfall. There you go. Just fire it. Dude, just shoot the ball. There you go. I'm glad we waited all that time. That was really good. Dude, that's black. Oh, that's a good shot. Dude, you sound like you're in your water dog. Yep.
Stop doing drugs.
Oh, what the fuck? Alright, this is a good shot. I don't think it's possible.
I agree. If you want to be successful, stop playing drugs.
Dude, everyone in Harry Potter Obama is not telling you does drugs. I don't know one person.
Well, they should stop.
I don't know one person that did drugs. That was right. Riser, you smoke. The other Zoot does. You caffeine. All right, that counts. Hardcore. Okay, so that's my case. And what you're talking about, Zoot or Riser, if you've never done drugs, you've done hardcore drugs. I didn't say they currently do them. I said that everyone in Harry Potter Homicide Academy, I think, does drugs. You're assuming. I could be saying this overall. That was a good shot. They could though. That's the beautiful thing of English. They could, and that would mean I would be right. This sucks. Yeah. I don't like that. Word dog. This looks like vagina. It looks like vagina. Yeah, it looks like vagina. It looks like vagina. That's a terrible shot. Whoa. How do you even get through that little area? We see the badge hole. Badge hole. Terrible shot. Oh, bad. Really bad. Really bad. You're the clit now. Look at you. You're the clit. Fuck, dude. Don't hit my ball. Hey, yeah, you did. Right there. This time, pass off your ball. Just shoot the fucking shot. We both lost. I'm gonna make this part. Waiting for players. Remember when Zoom got his head out of his ass and accepted? Wow, that's worse than putting it in the black. It really is. That is the worst shot you could have. Nope, that's the worst. Yeah, it is. That was amazing. Make it, sir. He did. He did. Oh, come on, dude. I gotta get him going. I just don't think I have the angle on him. Oh, too far. Come on, dude. Oh, shit. I can't help you. Dead right. It gets 2 points of bullshit. Go. I hate the whole. Dude, just. What a great shot. Like, what are you talking about? Right, sir. See what you got. Perfect. Perfect shot. Hit his ball. Nope. That's a good shot. That's a good shot, too. What? Thank you. Yeah, 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10. 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. I think it's a blast to get. Rise is in a really tough spot. Oh, that was beautiful. How is it that it didn't get in? Or mine didn't get in, but it did. That was a really good shot. Look how good this shot is. Oh. Big positions. I'm amazing. Oh, what a good shot. What a good shot. Fuck this hole, man. Go in the water. Roger, go in the water. Roger's in the water, but fuck, he's got it. Got it. I see that. Water, water, water. Oh, he made it. He made it. Get in. Whatever person is like Yeah, and then let's make it so that you can go back out of it as evil.
I swear to God. Don't let up with bad shots here.
There it is. Right? Here it is. Oh no. That was bad.
Just throw away. Yeah, right.
If another ball hit you, is it? You ready for this? This is a great shot. Fuck you guys. What are you trying to do? Oh, let's see your shot right here. That was a beauty. Were you trying to do this? Hit the thing. Dog, we're not even paying attention to your ball so far away. The only thing for which I can hope is to make it or to block you. Oh, good block.
Is this what you do?
Too high. There you go. Nope. All right, I'm gonna start playing really well now. You just watch. You're gonna be like, wow, you turned it on, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I was letting everybody win. So watch me just fucking destroy you. I'm ready. Let's go. I'm in. Zoot's in. We'll get you. I can and I will. Right off the bat, just a perfect fucking shot. Fuck.
So much short.
What the fuck? Yeah, it was too bad. Fuck you both. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. I've never played this whole site. This hole is very difficult. Wait. Zoot thinks this is an easy hole. This is one of the most difficult holes. This is one of the most difficult holes in the history of hole. That's the shot. But it's sexy.
I think this is what I was trying to do. Good shot.
Yeah. Black. Dude, dude, you can't get it in. It's impossible. Just give up. I let him win. I just told you guys. I just told you. I let him win. Now, are you ready for this? No, it's actually the most perfect stuff you ever want to do. Yes, go. Yep. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. No. No. That was no. Look at this shot, dude. Bad. It was bad. It was bad. No, I was not. Because that was what I wanted to stay on the nervous the whole time. Let's see record good for. That was a little better. Thanks for picking up the tree and all that shit. No. But he gets fucking bailed out by that fucking thing. Bailed out. Absolutely fucking bailed out. Look at this shot though. Oh, we took up the whole spot. Blasted through. Blasted through. Oh, what a good shot. He got to himself. Okay, what do you think? You go high or you go? I don't think. But guess what? It was fast. Go. I didn't lose the hole. No. SDFU. I hate that. Beautiful shot. Oh, you are so fortunate. You are so fortunate. Dude is so fortunate. He has no idea. If he get a tree or something, but dude is. Water. Yes, you will. Yeah. I know, baby. This is the water.
It's just like this guy. It says it's there. From you, Rabbi.
Water. That you're gonna miss it.
Fucking sure.
I mean, this is fucking whole thing.
Alright. Rabbi, I thought that's the opportunity for you to get into that. That's the issue. It's really hard, but it's still right. Would you go back in?
Yes, you can. Just a straight in. No, straight in. You can make it straight in. Just like a little. No. Wrong way. Wrong way. Wrong way. You want to make it straight in. It's going to continue the way that the portal goes. Yeah.
Just your watch right now. Yeah. This is the sign. What?
Dude, that fucking second set of wood shit is. Dude, you can't do that shit. You don't even know how hard it is to do that wood shit. Zoot's absolutely right. It's fucking difficult. That's what I'm saying. Like, you want to be where I am sometimes. But I don't expect that's a good shot. Right where he is. Right. Dude, you're so far behind. You're so far behind my ears don't even want to go. Dude, that's not that high. I don't think so. What do you think this? The move? That wasn't just bad. That was debilitating. Dude, make it, dude. There you go. There you go. And you got no, it's great. You can go.
Ready?
Yeah. He needs to get it within 2 and or 3. Yes, 3 shots. Or 5. We are. I've never gotten through that little maze. I did not. That's what we want. He's got 2 shots. There's a 99% chance. What's your strategy? Do you all in the future do you hear how much of a bitch he is? All right, here we go. I'm not giving you my strategy. It's win, baby. And I'm not doing it because I wasn't trying. Now I'm trying. What a good shot. What a good shot. Riser, that's the shot. Riser's got the shot. He said, don't fuck it up. Okay, what do you think? This right here? I'm in agreement with Riser. Riser, I'm in agreement with you. That was bullshit. But I'll take it. Oh, what a great shot. Dude. Oh wow. Are you serious? That's as close as you can come to doing really well, but also second. All right, here we go. I don't think we've ever played this hole. This is like a hole that I always want to. Oh yeah, we have. You're right. I went through them. I had a really good shot previously. Dude, that was nice. Does anyone here know who Farnsworth Bentley is? I don't expect you to, but he was Puff Daddy's like right hand man back in the day. Yeah. Yeah. Like no, but Farnsworth Bentley was in the Chappelle show, making the band when they mocked P. Diddy, and I'm telling you that he was like breaking like Farnsworth Bentley was back with him. Look, his shtick was like super preppy, like rap mogul assistant. Do you think I could just straight up make this? Yeah, right this way. Yeah. What a great shot. Guys, you don't fucking remember. In like 2008, VH1 would go to his house and fucking do MTV would do cribs at his house. VH1 would do his white party. So everybody knows he had these parties. I don't know why this is a fucking like surprise to anyone. To anyone, this is like hello. This is like when Michael Jackson had kids sleeping over. It's like, is this a surprise to anybody? I mean, look, I don't know what happened there, but I'm saying that like there were discussions of it. They would be like Puff Daddy parties were featured big time. If anybody should go to jail for this shit, not only is it the people who were criminally involved, but the people who made all the money off of it, including, in my opinion, perhaps some of the people. Some of the people who were involved in promoting it. It would be like, look, hey, we're gonna go to your house and we're gonna do special on your party, why shouldn't you be, like, in my opinion, you are essentially collaborating with this person. There's a fine line. Maybe you shouldn't go to jail because of it, but I think you should at least be exposed. Hey, why didn't you guys stand up? If you guys had a camera there, why didn't you, and there were 13-year-olds involved, why didn't you stand up? Why did you feature this stuff? Why did you make money off of it? You sold advertising on Peak in the Park. Will anyone ever get through this? Right there, is it impossible? Right, you get it. No. Yeah. I'll try. I'm even gonna try. I'm gonna make it. Ooh. Yeah, I'm still. I hate this whole. Oh, was that a good shot or what? Dude, look at that shot. You know what's even worse? When you go person's face right in front of you. Oh, you went. Dude, what are you doing? Dude, like, what are you doing? Yeah, you did. What the hell, dude? No. Not even. Boy, didn't they put the hole in a difficult position?
Australian position. Oh, shit. Hey, Rice Hotel, no. Should be good. Right, what are they?
Beautiful shot. A beautiful shot. And he's in my way. A very good. And then, wow. That was brilliant. That was a brilliant shot. No doubt. Look at how good that shot is. Look, Ryder is playing out of the space. Water bucket. Did you water bucket?
He's got to clear up the sides. So much of not getting in trouble.
Right, that was a
This home, so yeah, we can hold right now. This home, maybe let's talk about. We've got a lot of people in the remember, your perspective right
No, I don't know why you guys have a delay. It shows that Ryder should be going. I hit the ball. It's like the game's frozen. It's like the game's it's like the game's no, I hit the ball. It's right here by the roof. Yeah, it is dog. Do you see the bridge? I know the game froze. The game seriously froze. It's showing. Look at your name. I'm going to show you your name. You see the thing above, like it's not above my name, it's above your name. I hit the ball. You see the bridge? So I'm telling you, the game froze. I mean, Oh, now it's working. Hold on, now it's working. What the hell happened? Wait, what happened? How did my ball get in? I don't know. It's showing me having a ball in a different spot. Okay, that's very confusing. Well, I don't know what happened. Oh, that's dumb. Beautiful. I know, so it's bad. Now that was amazing. Oh, and that was even better. And for as good as that was even better. I don't think I didn't want to talk to you.
Water.
What a weird hole. What about it? Oh, but if there was something on which to bank, all right, here we go. Yeah. Dude, I'm called Rabbi so much and I should because it's like a pleasure coming back. Coming back. That was a terrible shot.
That was another terrible shot.
Terrible. Oh, my ball. Dude, hit my ball. Hit my ball, dude. I have a question. Do you see those two lines? Is that ink stuff? All right, this could be really good because it's perfectly lined up. It's perfectly lined up. What could I have done better? Oh, that could be. Okay. No, riser, that is not very good either. Show us how it's done, too. That's it. All right, check out this. I'm going to use nothing to my advantage. I've done this before. I just like fucking hell. I literally like hitting the ball quickly, not well. Look at this shot. That's how it's done. I'm gonna fuck up this ball though. Dude, don't worry, I'm gonna fuck up this ball. I'm not even worried at all. This ball is fucked. I will not allow such a nice shot. Actually, I could probably yeah, that's what I was doing. How did you like that shot? What a good shot. What a great fucking shot. That's a championship shot. Championship caliber shot. You fucked me there, though. You fucked me there. Your shot's gonna suck. Absolutely. That was a difficult shot. Riser, you have the balls. Riser doesn't have the balls. Make your shot. How about that? That was a good one. That was a good one. Oh, wow. That was a dude, on the hole. What the fuck, dude? No, that's actually a good shot. Because I always host. Oh. Boy, this is good fortune. Here's a 12. Yeah. What? Oh, you hit that thing. Oh, that's an unfortunate. You hit the little wood. There's a little bit of wood there. I don't know why Riser's wasting our time and we can just make it. Just make it, dude. Just quit wasting time. Pussy hole. No, dude, I'm bad with this. That was very good. That was very good. Terrible. 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 That's not a good shot. That's not a good shot. It's cold. I can tell you, I can't see this hole very well. I can't see where those points are. My vision is not good, but I can't. I'm not. I mean, I know I'm not that bad. I should be making it through there. Right. Right. And I just made it very difficult for that.
As long as rising up from school,
He shouldn't have went backwards. He should. You should have fucked up though.
just did some stupid shit.
Look how amazing this shot is. Wait, doesn't it look like it's going in the water? It did. Oh, water.
The next one, I would do
Oh, that's really good.
rising, right shot. And then I think this is how you do it.
No.
And where I was,
Psych beat, water. That's amazing. Get in the water. Oh, I could water bump you. Hit my ball. I need as much distance. As possible. Hit my ball. Oh, no, don't go in front of it. This would be a very difficult, amazing shot. To the water bump? No way. That was a good try. Right. He did. Perfect water bump. That is fucking textbook, dog. Water bump.
Oh,
Yeah. Precisely. And like this. Oh, what? What the fuck? Do it again. Water bump. The water bump somebody. I wanted to say this. You weren't here. We were playing them. You are so good at the water bump. I was saying, like, to these other guys, like, oh, you guys are tough on the person to rise it. And the water bump would have fucked me so bad there at the. Perhaps. Dude, what the fuck is this shit? What is this? I don't think it's possible. Wow, that was a nice nice shot. This is a difficult shot. Miss.
yes, this is also this. Now, Rabbi, I look like it's like, oh,
That, it did look like it was going. Dude, yours didn't have a chance. Right, there's no shot. Mine looks like right.
except for Rabbi. Now, Rabbi, yes.
Excellent shot.
do a short
There you go.
now, Rabbi, oh,
I'm sure I was going to say.
wait, if why did it say
No way.
I don't get
That was a great shot, man.
no. I mean, yeah,
Was that a meow?
yeah, it's going to
You know, dude, I gotta say, now getting to know you a little bit better, you do some Tourette's thing. You do just randomly say some shit. So I take back what I said. I didn't notice it before, but you do. So you meow. Cool, man. Any particular reason why you said meow?
it's not really relevant to the conversation.
Well, no, I mean, you're talking about it. Is it a good deal?
I'll cut it.
There you go. And that makes sense to me. Okay, I just thought you were randomly just meowing. But it was something that you had on your mind, a cryptocurrency. How did you like that shot, though? That's what I want to know. Rough. Is there a cryptocurrency called Rough? Because that looks like where you're at. I think that's an excellent point. I think that Zoom is right for that. All right, you ready for the shot? That is okay. I think I can make it. Okay, good. Because I got rid of the shit. Ooh, Zoom. Zoom's gonna go right in its way.
If someone
Just name words. Exactly.
if you just count to 100, you'd be right.
Right. Oh.
And then I ask myself the other day, why to talk about an aspect of, well, if I'm going to get food, then I some of the most top things search are animal pictures and names. Where makes sense. That would make it better.
Watch this shot. Oh, that was too far. It was the right angle, though.
Yep, yep. That was also a time, especially that makes no sense.
Well, that's not what you wanted to do. Didn't you see what you just did? Oh, Zoom is not good. What a beautiful shot, man. I mean it. That's a fucking brilliant fucking shot. A brilliant shot, dog. Absolutely fucking brilliant.
But I looked at just the database and searches and the database they have to work on the don't have every single thing. If you go to the database, both like very specific that are fresh search ones and with the database.
It's there. It's not by the call it oil.
This is not a different. This is not a different. The thing about this is that there's some things that you come if you don't give me income. So, yeah, just the areas of
That was not a
both of them. Or I don't think my friends like good or like bad. What is that?
It wasn't. It was worse. It was definitely not as good. That was a really good shot.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that. I'm pretty proud of that. Actually, right?
Dude, take out that tree. That would be good. Fucking Riser knows what to do. I didn't have to worry about that. I knew you were going to get that nice of a shot. Riser, there's no way Riser's going to get that shot. No fucking way Riser's going to get that shot. Oh, what a good shot, though. Fuck. You both are welcome. Make it. Do you remember that time we both had invitations and you accepted them? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Riser beat you, Zoo. Riser beat you, Zoo. 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 Riser beat you. I sucked at that. That is an amazing shot. Yeah. Alright, let's see you make it. Make it, dude. No, too hard. You gave him a fucking amazing shot. You made it really good. Riser's gonna knock my ball into the black. He's gonna knock my ball into the black like an asshole. Do it. Oh, what a stupid ass shot. That was an absolutely, positively dumbass fucking shot. And you just gave it. You guys both fucked that up. Look at Riser. When Riser's trying, so much better. Make it. Just make it. That's not it. Not it. That's in the black. Black.
The cat said, why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Make it.
Anyway,
Dude, no, you didn't take the angle and tie it on. You have to cut it No, too far, too far.
There we go. 3-0.
Wow, Riser got fucked up.
I know how to do this now. That was the best shot I've seen. That was one of the best shots. Oh, that was
I agree. It didn't touch a lot of shit. Oh, that's a good shot. Dude, that was fucking good. Riser can fucking play. Look at Riser fucking surprising. That's correct. Water.
And that was a 0.
Water.
That was
I'm gonna water bump him. Yeah. Thanks. Get him. Yeah, now whatever. Oh, that's bullshit. Just make it.
Actually, that's exactly what I did. Now that we're fine. Now that we're fine. We will all be time. It's okay. That's the possibility to do. We're on the track. This whole this whole if I get very
That's a miss. Definitely a miss. Nope. More of an error. Terrible, dude. That was fortunate. That's a miss.
ready for greatest shot of all time.
That's a good shot. Right? Just make it. Just make it. Miss. Oh, dude, the thing on my ball. I was not expecting that. But that was a really surprise. That's awful. Awful. But he blocked me, of course, of all the shots. What in the fuck? Wow. That's a good shot. Pick up that big time. Don't get that water. Water. Well, Water. Oh, what a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot. Okay, now do you see my shot? Do you think it's possible? Yeah, unfortunately. You just hit the ball. You're done. Done. You're done. Just hit the ball, dude. Just literally hurt it.
It's over.
Look at this shot. Look how beautiful this shot is. Right in that fucking shit. Oh shit.
Right?
Make it. Make it take it.
I'm not sure that it's
Make it.
I also got this.
That was a triple shot. Put him in there deep. Oh, that's perfect. Look at the
Yeah,
shot. Right in every time. Always gonna get you. Go on the black. 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 He's in the black. Oh wow. That was I'm gonna try to get purple. I'm gonna try to get purple. Right, right in the black. Well, he's gonna stop. Finally, he's gonna stop my ball from going. Oh wow, he got everything. Good job. Look at this move.
He's on stick.
Oh, what if I made it? All right, who's gonna get it? Are you guys ready? Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Are you ready? And so I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1, and then I'm gonna hit it. Okay. So it's 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Riser 1. That was amazing.
Shit show.
Terrible. I'm really bad at this one.
I have a more. I was feeling hard to do it pretty shortly. Just better than the Rothschild city. But we got to do the next 2 goals. But I can know. I think I just didn't know. Part of the I think I just didn't know. Rabbi, I've tried that before.
Are you sure?
I tried.
Hey, wait, are you sure you can't go through it? Yeah, I think maybe you can, but it's really difficult. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. You're right. Go in the black shed. Go in the black shed.
That's so you can get it, but even if you go to vertical, you get close. It's hard. And you're just gonna go to the top. Okay.
That was amazing.
But which one?
This is my bulldog.
This one's different.
Oh, that was great. That was great.
Better episode with Maggie. What is it?
It's 100%. This is definitely happening. Terrible shot. Mm. You're gonna miss.
So like this. I did.
Yeah.
No, I didn't think it was right.
I don't think you do it good. I want the one with all the portals. I like that one. Never done that. Because I want to get good at it. No. Then the Halloween will be over. Oh, that was terrible. Dude, ice does not equate to that holiday. It can just be cold. Ice does not equate to that holiday. Oh, you mean that? I don't know, maybe a leprechaun one? Or Valentine's one? I, but then, yeah, I think I can just for this. Just for this. There's one guy who has put together archery, but they have 50 people.
But this I this when you go from
I think maybe because they changed it, the icon of the whole of the
and reason was fucked up.
right.
Y'all got to feel like
Black shit. Dude is gonna do something terrible. Just a really bad shot. Dude, hit the ball. Dude, just no. You don't have to close your eyes. You keep them open. It's gonna be a terrible shot. It's gonna crack. And yes. Water bomb. Oh, that was smart.
Just such things. What the hell? I don't know. Yeah.
That's Mr. Apple.
Watch this. Who is it? That's the issue.
Really, no, Razors. Razors is shot. What the fuck is it doing? Razor, what the fuck?
Oh, just yes. This is very good.
Just get it.
The great old fuck up. Everyone is still looking at it. And this, yeah, it's the world of it. Shut it up. You're ready.
That's all we have. Give us the one with the 6 portals. Oh, it did. Dude, that's not the shot. He did it. If you're wondering why it's taking me so long, that fucking message comes up. Dude, I can't move it. Not where I want it. Dude, this. I know. Oh wow, you can move it around a lot. I can't.
So
Just Get it. Water. Water. One shot. One shot. Right. I'm thinking it's going in the water here and it's clearly happening. Is it possible? Make it. Make it. Make it do.
6 shots.
Bullshit. I know.
You do it. You do it right. Maybe I think you do it.
Game winner. Water. Alright, guys. I'm good. I'm actually good. I guess nice job, boys. Take care. I'm glad that we didn't have a ton of people tonight. We were able to get back to normal. All right. Well, for that, don't believe anybody that hears like that. I tell you that, especially when you all right, guys. Good night. I know.
In the story of India, we've reached the year 400, the time of the fall of Rome and the Dark Ages in the West. But here in India, great kingdoms rose then in the north and the south, and in modern times this has come to be seen as a golden age. And if one story is at the center of that idea, it's the tale of Rothschild, the god who came down to earth as a king, who defeated evil and ruled with justice. It's a tale known and loved by all Indians. There are said to be 300 versions of the Rama story in more than 20 different Indian languages. In the days of the Raj, the British called the Rama stories and plays the Bible of India. If you didn't know them, they said, you couldn't know the people. Nor would you understand the powerful driving idea behind the epic tale, that whether king or common, you should live in virtue. Done. Wonderfully smoky and mysterious, isn't it? Gods in glittering costumes standing among the trees, and a vast audience all sitting round. We're on the next to the last day of 31 days of performance of the plays of the story of Rama. And for most Indian people, it's simply the best story in the world. Like the tale of Troy, it begins with the abduction of a beautiful queen. The wicked demon king seizes Sita, the faithful wife of Rama, the exiled king of Ayodhya. The demon king takes Sita back to his island fortress, while the distraught Rama sets out to find her, helped by the faithful monkey Hanuman. Eventually, with Hanuman's help, Rama crosses the sea and rescues Sita after a heroic battle. After his triumph, Rama returns to reign in the city of Ayodhya and brings in the Golden Age. The story has bequeathed to Indian culture the ideal of a just rule. In the modern freedom struggle against the British, Mahatma Gandhi himself invoked the return of the rule of Rama. In around the year 400, the epic tale told by the poets became fixed in a real place, and the myth became history. It was back in the early 5th century AD, the time of the fall of the Roman Empire in the West, that a powerful North Indian dynasty took the story of Rama and made it their own. They were called the Guptas. And the Guptas took a conscious decision to locate the golden city of Rama in a real place from where they would rule and create their own golden time. So the old town of Saketa was given a new name and identity, Ayodhya. That story is still told by the pilgrim guides on the riverbank, with a few mythic embellishments.
राजा विक्रमादित्य को मालूम हुआ कि ये अयोध्या नगरी है, ये सरयू नदी है, यहाँ राम जी स्नान करते थे, यहाँ स्नान करने से ये फल होता है। तब उन्होंने पूछा कि राम जी का जन्म कहाँ हुआ था, जन्मभूमि किधर है। उसके बाद उन्होंने अयोध्या का निर्माण शुरू कराया। यहाँ लोग देश देश से आने लगे देखने के लिए कि अयोध्या का पता चल गया, जहाँ राम जय श्री राम की आवाज आती थी उसका पता लग गया। राजा विक्रमादित्य ने पता लगा लिया, लाखों करोड़ों लोग यहाँ आने लगे दर्शन करने के लिए।
So the myth became fact. The city of legend became a real place, and Rama was accepted as an incarnation of God on earth, here on the banks of the Gobra River. But in recent times, the story has been fiercely contested, used by fundamentalists to assert Hindu supremacy in a country of many religions. And in the name of Rama, the God King, the ideal man, the epitome of justice, sectarian violence was unleashed across India. It's a far cry from the fairy tale city of the golden age, Ayodhya in the legend. What you have to remember is that for all the pilgrims who are jamming these streets, this is the place where God came down to earth. For hundreds of millions of ordinary Indians, this is a beloved story. It has the biggest ever book sales, the greatest ever TV audiences. No wonder the fundamentalists wanted to harness the power of the story.
इसलिए भौतिक दृष्टि से इनका पत्थर चूना की दृष्टि से भले ही कुछ परिवर्तन होते हो, परंतु आध्यात्मिक दृष्टि से तो अयोध्या जी पहले थी आदमी ने और आदमी नहीं.
The soul of Ayodhya is altogether 10 lakh years old.
10 lakh years
10 lakh
old.
years old. It has a very long history.
This is a million years. Right, okay. Million years. Yeah. So it's a different conception of history to the Western conception of history.
वो कहते हैं उनकी मान्यता के अनुसार भी भगवान राम का समय बहुत पहला है. लोगों की जो मान्यता है वो ऐतिहासिक लेकर के है, कोई भावनात्मक नहीं.
So the fight is not just about the present, but about the past. The issue at stake is the story of India itself. Who does it belong to? Have there ever been one Indian identity? Or was the real history, as Nehru and Gandhi and the freedom fighters believed, one of multiple identities and multiple narratives? This wonderful place sums up the layers of history of Ayodhya that go back long before the revival of the city under the Guptas. Hindu Ayodhya, a great Muslim shrine underneath us, and below our feet, the Buddhist history. So what was India like in the Gupta age? Let's go back now to the world at the time of the fall of the Roman Empire. The 5th century AD was an age of migrations and wars. The Huns swept out of Asia from the Great Wall of China to the gates of Rome. This was the time when the Gupta kings created their empire. And by a lucky chance, there's an eyewitness to that time. A foreigner who, like many later visitors, came here seeking the wisdom of India. Thank you. Sun-dried river mud. Biodegradable, goes back to the earth once you've finished your drink. The eyewitness was Chinese, a Buddhist pilgrim whose name was Xian. He'd come to visit the Buddhist monasteries of North India, and he describes the country in the time of the great Gupta king, Chandragupta II. Foreigners' views of other civilizations are always very interesting, revealing, aren't they? Xian's portrait of India in around the year 400, by the time of the fall of the Roman Empire, opens a window onto the Gupta age that you could never have imagined from what survived. It's a portrait of a highly organized state with a very strong governing ethos. In fact, a great late classical civilization. Xian travelled down the Ganges plain. This part is known as the Middle Land, he says. The climate is temperate. The cities and towns are the greatest in India. The people are numerous and happy. The inhabitants of the cities, rich and prosperous, vie with each other in the practice of benevolence and righteousness. The king governs without capital punishment, and throughout the country, the people do not kill any living creature. Xian depicts India as a pluralist and tolerant country where Buddhism thrived along with the Hindu religions. What he doesn't mention are the extraordinary artistic productions of Gupta civilization, like the gold coins of the kings, holding the golden bow of Rama. Or the wonderful sculpture created by Gupta artists for all religions. Nor does Farsian mention the Gupta's technological achievements. The most mysterious, a 35-foot iron pillar, which stands in Delhi today. And the inscription on it dates it to about 400 AD, centuries before the Chinese developed their iron technology, 1500 years nearly before the Industrial Revolution.
If Chinese are considered to be the masters of ceramic, Indians were the masters of metal. There's no doubt about that. And particularly the metal, they are masters of iron. It was done by a technique known as forge welding. Forge welding. So what you do in this technique is you take lumps of iron, about 20 kilograms in weight, and then you place them on top of each other in a hot condition, and you hit with a hammer. Doing this, due to this forging action, you have joined the material. So you have constructed a pillar which is about 6,000 kilograms in weight. So that is actually a very marvelous engineering feat. So really speaking, this pillar should be actually considered as a metallurgical wonder of the world.
Yes.
Not just India, it belongs to humanity.
Yes. Do we know who made it? Who commissioned it?
Well, based upon the inscription which you see on the pillar, we know that it was commissioned by one Chandra. It doesn't tell anything more, it just talks about Chandra. But we now know, based upon the analysis of the Gupta gold coin, that this Chandra should be Chandragupta Vikramaditya too.
Chandra, says the column, his face beautiful like the full moon, who won the sovereignty of the earth and left the southern ocean perfumed by the breeze of his bravery. What is it about them that makes them so creative? Can you explain that for us?
As a metallurgist, at least I'm quite aware that, if you look at the kind of metallurgical objects which have come, iron pillar, the gold coins, the variety of coins, and the beautiful bronze castings of Buddha from Mathura, it's very clear that the Gupta period, that the people were focused on high quality. And that was a time when Indian civilization actually takes the next major leap.
And the leap was in all fields. After defeating the Huns, the Gupta kings made their court a center of high culture, drama, and literature. But some of the most remarkable achievements of their age were in science. Just like today, the ancient Indians were brilliant mathematicians. Gupta scientists pioneered the use of zero, the foundation of all modern mathematics. It was a Gupta astronomer in around 500 AD who proved the Earth went round the sun. His name was Aryabhatta.
Aryabhatta was one of the greatest Indian astronomers. He came up with the concept of pi. That is a very significant contribution by him. And of course, he was in the field of astronomy also. He came out an estimate of the circumference of Earth, which at that time he said it is 5,000 yojanas. That is the unit of length. Then it turns out that the present value is very close to that value.
That's almost exactly the Earth's true circumference of 24,900 miles. All this was part of wider speculation about the place of humanity in the cosmos, a cosmos imagined by ancient Indians in billions of years, way beyond what anybody came up with in the West before the age of radio telescopes. And the ability to imagine like that has always been a mark of Indian civilization. Unlike the West in the age of Galileo, India was not traumatized by the revelation that the universe is infinite and the human place in it tiny. That all things, the gods too, are subject to cycles of cosmic destruction. over eons of time, and that human life is a pool of light in an infinite darkness. Just as a man in a moving boat sees the stationary objects on shore move in the opposite direction, so a person standing on the equator would see the stationary stars move directly towards the west. More than anybody else in the Gupta age, Rabbi gives us an idea of the incredible breadth of intellectual speculation going on here in India, the time of the barbarian invasions and fall of the Roman Empire in the West. And their speculations went from contemplation of the cosmos to the life of the mind. Indian thinkers of the Gupta age were especially interested in the psychology of human relationships and the art of sex, an area that in Western Christian civilization was for so long associated with guilt.
India has always been a guilt-free society as far as sex is concerned. Obviously, we are 1.2 billion people, so, there's no sex, there's no guilt here, Sex is fun, and it's good even when it's bad, it's all right. So just...
The most famous product of the Gupta age, at least in the West, is the Kama Sutra.
The consciousness of being in an elevated situation when you're in love or making love is called Kama. It's hard to describe it in English, but it's the sense of consciousness, of having all your sense organs elevated when you are in the very act of making love is Kama. You need to have an element of fun. It's not all about positions and contortions. It's also about having fun and enjoying this.
The sound. Sound like thunder, the sound. Gasps, moans.
And cries of stop, harder, go on, don't kill me, no, are the generic name of
What's this?
Satkrita.
Satkrita. The Kama Sutra, contrary to many perceptions in the Western world, is not just about sex or about sexual positions, isn't it? It's more a kind of book of life, isn't it?
All of Hindu philosophy talks of something called the Purusharths, which are, Purusharth is what a man needs to do, right? Which is dharma, the whole quality of being a righteous human being. You have Artha, which allows you to, which is gathering wealth. So it could be just business, it could be governance. And then you have Kama, the idea of love. And the last of these that you need to do in life is seek moksha, which is liberation. Hinduism extols every human being to actually explore all these aspects of life.
It tells us important things about the Gupta age, doesn't it? If we know who it was aimed at. I mean, are women intended as readership as well as men?
Women were equal, and the Kama Sutra too encourages women to seek their own levels of satisfaction, right? Because it recognizes a very important thing, and this is really the most important thing about the Kama Sutra, that it looks at relationships as a two-way relationship of give and take, of mutual loving. It's a symbiotic relationship.
It's very modern.
It's a very modern text. It's a very modern text. It's not, oh, thank you, ma'am. No, that doesn't work.
In human relations, there's always a gap between ideal and reality. The Kama Sutra was written in the 5th century, but it was the product of an age where there was freedom of thought. And such an inquiry into love surely is the mark of a high civilization. From Bollywood movies to the sublime passion of religious poetry, the transcendent moment of human love in Indian culture is a mirror of our relation with the gods. For all our failures to achieve the ideal, in love, so India teaches, we human beings are still touched by the divine. So the age of the Guptas shaped Indian civilization in the north in the Middle Ages. Here in the south, in the 10th century, another great civilization arose and created an empire that would rule across southern India and the islands of the Indian Ocean. These were the Cholas, and their heyday was from around 900 to 1300 AD. Just as the Guptas had in the north, the Cholans reshaped the medieval world of the south. Their capital still stands today, Tanjore in Tamil Nadu. At its heart, the temple of the creator of the empire, Raja Raja, the King of Kings. Brilliant statesmen, builders, and artists, the Cholans have been called the Athenians of India. And what's so extraordinary is that their civilization is still alive today. The priests have been doing that ritual here every morning for the last 1,000 years, since Raja Raja the Great himself inaugurated this temple in 1010. The tallest building in India when it was built, the temple was dedicated to the great god of the Cholan royal family, Shiva. The temple, though, really is a monument to Raja Raja himself. It's named after him, and the inscriptions all around the walls extol his deeds as King of Kings, Lion of the solar race, Lord of the world. Like all empires, the Cholan state used violence. They conquered the whole of South India and sent their fleets to Indonesia. The temple carries inscriptions to 30 royal regiments, and on its walls, even the images of the gods are warlike. The king himself, though, is portrayed on a modest scale as a philosopher prince. In the old palace of the Rajas of Tanjore, there's another insight into the Cholan age. Here in the former royal library is a vast store of ancient Tamil literature going back to the Cholans and beyond, grammar, poetry, and philosophy. Many of the texts are preserved on fragile palm leaf manuscripts, which are now being carefully restored. And one fascinating and little known aspect of their culture is that the Cholans also wrote their own history. What would be a manuscript book, a chronicle in Western Europe, say in the 10th and 11th century, here in the Cholan Empire, is copper plates. This is just one document from a temple treasury, about 15 copper plates. There's the seal of Rajendra, the son of Raja Raja the Great, the umbrella and the fish, the tiger, weighs about 40 kilos. And there's thousands of these, most of them still kept by individual temples. So these things were used for recording genealogies, royal pedigrees, land grants, but also history. And they included the history of how Raja Raja the Great came to the throne. And it's a dark story. a tale of palace intrigue and murder, of whisperings in corridors and shadowy deals. His brother, the heir, was assassinated. His father died of a broken heart, and his mother committed suicide, sati, on the funeral pyre. And then his wicked uncle took the throne. But still Raja Raja did not desire the burden of kingship. But the astrologers had seen certain marks on his body that showed he was the god Vishnu on earth. And so it was agreed that Raja Raja should be the next king.
Now over that place. Good here.
Looking for a clue to the king's personality, I went to see the present Raja of Tanjore, whose family lost their power in 1947, but not their palace. These medieval Indian kings seem to me men of strange contradictions, a mix of violence and beauty, blood and flowers. But today's prince just sees a real person, living according to the kingly ideal of Dharma, virtue.
You're descended from the great Rajas of Tanjore. Your palace is still right here where the Cholan king's palace was 1,000 years ago. Have you ever thought what Raja Raja was like?
Raja Raja, when we just think about him, our blood shoots up. He's such a great man. And you know, it makes you to feel very proud, and also it makes you to feel very small. If our ego shoots up, it makes it come down.
What do you think? What kind of people do you think? What do you think Raja Raja was like as a person? Have you any idea?
Yes, he's the greatest warrior, but at the same time, the most human touch, I feel. So he was with the people. So otherwise, just by command and force, he could have not built such a huge temple, or he could have not have planned such a golden period to his subjects.
There's nothing left of Raja Raja's palace here in Tanjore, but if you want to imagine what it might have looked like, just come here to the Raja's Durbar Hall, the reception hall of the later kings of Tanjore. We know it would have looked like this in Cholan times. Archaeologists have discovered the stone bases of immense wooden columns in the front of the reception hall. Raja Raja the Great sat on his throne here, surrounded by his queens and his ministers, his concubines and his poets, with the court there assembled in front, ready to receive the royal largesse. In modern times, Raja Raja's reign has come to be seen as a Tamil golden age, celebrated in novels, plays, and in movies. Indeed, in the civil war in Sri Lanka, the Tamil rebels have even modelled their oaths of loyalty on those of the Cholan army. But Raja Raja himself deserves better to be remembered as a great ruler and patron, and an even more assiduous record keeper. Don't think for a moment that it was the British who brought bureaucracy into India. The reality of the Cholan state is revealed in an amazing series of records carved on the walls of the great temple in Tanjore. The temple's not only a monumental piece of self-advertisement, it's also a written record of the administration of the Cholan Empire. It even lists all the staff, hundreds of them, who were brought in to serve the emperor's new foundation. Craftsmen, artists, musicians, and 400 dancing girls. And they're listed by name, by house number, and by street in the quarter that was specially built for them. For the historian, the detail is irresistible. Well, history, after all, is not just about kings, it's about ordinary people, who are usually nameless, but not here. Who, for example, was the dancer Tirumala, who lived here in Raja Raja's new royal city on South Street, south side, in house number 88.
Where is numbering of street? Oh, I see. Okay. Ah, thank you. Yes, yes. So of course, there is a difference between old numbering and new numbering. Nobody's expecting the 11th century numbering to be quite the same as it is today. But counting the houses from the junction of the streets, number 88, where a dancing girl called Tirumahalan lived, is somewhere here. Hello. This is the kind of courtyard that would have existed in the private houses in Cholan Tanjore. Everyone would have had its own well and little shrines. So is this private temple? Private. So this is as old as the time of Raja Raja the Great.
Yes, 1,000 years.
Yeah. This is a man temple or Shiva. Ambal. So it's a little goddess shrine. Family shrine. Isn't that absolutely wonderful? I think when you look at those documents for the dancers, that Tirumahalam, the dancer who lived in number 88, lived in a place just like this with a little shrine to the goddess, a yard where she cooked, and spent a life devoted to the service of Shiva in the great temple of Raja Raja.
And the dance has survived until today.
The style of dancing, Bharatanatyam, is another of the artistic traditions of South India that's come down to us in an unbroken line from the Cholan era 1,000 years ago. Back in Raja Raja the Great's time, it was a religious dance. Those girls in the temple were dancing for God. And the poses of the dance still today are the 108 classic poses that Shiva himself is said to have danced in his cosmic dance.
In the Tamil countryside, you can still stumble on scenes straight out of the Cholan world. This is Tiruvengadu, Centre for the Arts in Raja Raja's day. The king made an collection of the hundreds of popular songs to the god Shiva, and these are still sung today. When the king first heard them, he said, it made his hair stand on end. In this and many other ways, the ritual and psychological order established in the Middle Ages defined the forms of Hinduism still practiced today in the South. But the Cholan age was also one of the greatest periods of Indian art.
And this one, perhaps the most famous. As close as we've possibly been to one of the greatest masterpieces in metal casting in the world. It shows Shiva as a herdsman. He would have been leaning on his bull Nandi here, but the bull hasn't been found. Fantastic detail in fingers, isn't it?
a turban of snakes. And what a wonderful figure he's got, isn't he? What a lovely midriff. the girdle, the detail of the girdle here. And of course, the consort of the god is always here as well. This is Parvati, Shiva's wife. And this is the classic image of Cholan beauty, South Indian beauty. In fact, it becomes the classic image of beauty in India altogether. You see any of the classic Bollywood historical movies, and they kind of look like this, except the upper part of their bodies is dressed too. And one of the families of bronze casters who worked for Raja still exists. And they're still making bronzes today. So how many generations of names back? 15 generations more, or 20 more. According to family tradition, their ancestors worked on the temple in Tanjore. And they still make the images in exactly the same way.
Flexible, we put in the bottom. இது வந்து 9 பங்கு டிஸ்பிளே இது வந்து நெட்டினுடைய அளவு பண்ணிருக்கேன்.
You don't use a ruler. You don't use feet and inches.
Sirpasastra prescribed 9 folding system. இது வந்து கழுத்து மேற்கழுத்து அடிக்கழுத்து.
So this is one face, quarter face. The measurement is by the face.
கழுத்து இது வந்து மார்புங்கிறது 2 chest. இது வந்து நாபி
abdomen. Yeah.
இது
Upper leg.
இது முட்டி
Knee.
கணுக்கால்
Lower leg. The model is then made in beeswax.
Just
Why beeswax?
we use very nice and detailed work.
Every civilization has this idea about how God should be represented. But this Tamil version of God as a dancer is unique and wonderfully laden with symbols. The drum that beats creation into existence. The fire which will destroy everything in the end. Destroying the demon of ignorance. Every part of the image which the Saraswati is constructing is loaded with meaning. The casting of the bronze begins with a prayer. And then the mold is slowly heated to melt the wax inside.
It will take 2 hours to get it melted. Then it will go for the metal casting.
You have to do things the way that it was always done. 21st century and modernity, but you still do things the way that they were always done. This ancient craft is called the lost wax process. It's easy to see why. Then the mold is filled with a special mix of molten bronze. The exact composition, the secret of the bronze master. What a way to make the most beautiful pieces of art. His job is simply to do the pouring. He hasn't been around all day, just came in to do the pouring. Everybody has their own role in the task. The bronze is left to cool for a day. Then the mold can be broken.
That bronze is living very 1,000 years, but average human body only average 70 years only. But the statue living 1,000 and 1,000 years.
This art was at its height 1,000 years ago in the hands of masters whose work has never been surpassed. But today's craftsmen still work in their line, crafting images in the 21st century that go back to the deepest layers of the Indian tradition. This is a particularly precious image because it's one of only two that survived of the 66 bronzes that Raja the Great commissioned for the opening of the new temple here in Tanjore in 1010. And from this place, that image spread out over the whole of South India. And even today, it's synonymous with Tamil South Indian culture. Indeed, synonymous perhaps with all Indian culture. And a reminder too, that though we talk of golden ages, civilization in reality is made by the toil of generations, craftsmen and women, of workers and laborers in the fields. There's a last story about Raja. Hello. How are you? When he was young, though he had many queens, he lacked a son and heir. So he prayed to the god Shiva.
Inside of the wall.
The son was born and reached manhood, and at the end of his own life, Raja made him king. And then he came here to give thanks. This extraordinary sort of story is one of the few places where you can actually stand where Raja the Great came. Raja's craftsmen have created a huge cow made out of gold. You have to imagine the Cholan court in all their finery in 1012. The ceremony was called the ceremony of the golden egg or the golden womb, a kind of renewal ceremony. The queen passed through the mouth of the cow, and then the cow was broken to pieces and the gold given to the priest. And a moustache. He's wearing a moustache. And the king himself was weighed in gold. But in that moment, the king was celebrating a long reign of great prosperity, as his inscription says, and the goddess of victory, the goddess of fortune, and the matchless goddess of fame had all become his wives. Within months, Raja died, but he laid the foundations for the Tamils to dominate South India for nearly 300 years. Through the 11th century, the age of Byzantium and the Muslim Caliphate, the Cholans were one of the world's great powers, making colonies in Java, Sumatra, and the islands of Indonesia. So in the story of India, that's how civilization flowered in the Middle Ages in the north and the south. The legacy of those centuries would be far-reaching in Indian history. And down here in the south, where the tempo of change is slower, where later wars and invasions had less impact, the continuities can still be seen today. One is in that central concern of medieval government, irrigation. Like all the great ancient civilizations, the Cholan culture grew up on the banks of a river, the Kaveri. But at this point, the two great streams of the Kaveri almost touch each other. But the bed of that stream is about 10 feet lower than the bed of that. The danger is that all the water will flow away that way towards the sea. So what the Cholans did was create a great dam, the Anicut, a snaking brick structure more than 1,000 feet long, 60 feet wide, 20 feet high, that diverted the waters of that stream of the Kaveri off into the delta, where they could irrigate vast new areas of rice fields and feed a booming population. So the centuries of medieval rule bequeathed later generations and modern India one of the richest and most productive places on earth. In the 18th century, British administrators described the rice fields of the south as the most fertile lands they ruled anywhere in the world, giving 3 harvests a year. And they thought the people of the southern rice fields among the most moral and hardworking. And those people are still here, like the old agricultural caste who supervised the irrigation long ago under the Cholan kings, still maintaining the ancient rituals in the modern world.
This one is veranda. We will call this passageway as veranda.
This is where the your family festivals in here.
Yeah, my mother's marriage held in this was there, and many rituals happen in. We are the traditional Kargatar family.
Tell me about the community.
Our name of the community is Kargatar. Kargatar means we utilize the rain and cultivate the land.
So the job of your caste was to maintain irrigation of the rice paddy fields and all this. This was a special job. Like all their community, they believe in killing no living thing, even insects, and are strictly vegetarian.
This is our kitchen.
Vegetarian cooking, the food of Shiva as they call it here, is the great tradition in the south. The grinding stone. And here, cooking is tied to many important social rituals of the family hearth, especially for married couples.
When the married girl goes to the husband's house, they will ask us to carry the kudam and enter into the house without any shake. That water must not come outside.
So it is like a test for the new wife.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. So this is dal and rice from family fields? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
First starting.
Fantastic. It's lovely food. And always women waiting for the men to finish.
Yeah.
This is tradition.
After the man has taken food, the woman will. After my grandfather has finished food,
Yeah.
The same leaf itself my grandmother will eat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Husband and wife share the same leaf. This is one of the things which is what it means to be Tamil. Yeah.
One of the highlights of the year for traditional Tamil women is the Festival of Light, Kartikeya.
It's like the festival of Kartikeya. Because remove the bad thoughts, the darkness from us, had bright, good thoughts like lamp in our life.
Modern Indian women, and yet still bearers of an ancient civilization. And at the time of the Festival of Light, just as they did in the Middle Ages, people go on pilgrimage.
All these people were heading for a small town in the South Indian plain. Name of the place, Tiruvannamalai.
Pilgrimage is another living legacy of the Middle Ages. It's one of those things that gave Indian people a sense of cultural identity long before India achieved political unity. A sense of India as a holy land, from Himalayas to the deep south. It's all a bit like an Indian Canterbury Tales, and this is just one of thousands of sacred sites dotted across the south. All through the day, the more vigorous pilgrims scramble up to the top of the mountain, where a sacred fire will be lit after dark. Down below, inside the giant temple, the crowds gather and just wait. Wait for an ancient ceremony to greet the fire on the mountain. A ritual 1,000 years old, and who knows, maybe much older.
Okay. What's going to happen in about an hour is that the bronze images of the gods, Shiva, Parvati, Ganesh, Chandikeshwara, will be brought out and put on these chariots here. Then carried around all around courtyard.
And now everyone's waiting for the light. The light that will cut through the darkness. It's one of the oldest ideas of humanity.
This has got to be the only place in the world where you can get run over by Bronze Age priests.
There's India, as it always does, stirring those ancient memories.
So the light has been lit on the top of the hill. They're all looking to see it.
As for the idea of the Golden Age, it seems to me that Golden Ages can only ever exist in the past. But they're the products of our imagination. And we humans, after all, can only ever exist here, in the present.
So Shanti, this is the first time you were here.
Yeah,
Yes, enjoy?
enjoy, very much enjoy.
Yes.
I am lucky.
I thought we would never see the Jones, but
Yeah.
so this is auspicious. Well, in a world where the identities and traditions of the ancient civilizations have been wiped away in a few generations, here in India, they kept touch with their deep past and indeed is the past of all humanity, and that part is the key to the story of India. Next, in the story of India, a clash of civilizations that shaped our world. The fabulous tale of Indian Islam, the dazzling culture of the Mughals, and the extraordinary quest for one world religion. There are moments in history when civilizations aspire to greatness. India had done so in ancient times, and at the end of the Middle Ages, it did so again. And it was the coming of Islam that inspired the next great phase of Indian history. Today, the subcontinent is home to half of all the world's Muslims. The ebb and flow of its history has been shaped by the encounter of the two civilizations, India and Islam. And in all of history, there is no more dramatic tale. The next chapter in the story of India. Muslim traders had settled in South India within memory of the Prophet's lifetime. But the coming of Islam only began to work profound change in the history of the subcontinent in the Middle Ages, with invasions and settlements here in the north. That story begins in the city of Multan in what's now Pakistan, exactly 1,000 years ago. Here in Multan, a series of events began which would shift forever the balance of history in the subcontinent. And the key figure was Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni. Few characters in history have aroused more violent disagreement. To some, he was a great prince, a builder of empires, and a champion with a faith. To others, an oppressor, a fanatic, and an iconoclast. The head of a great Muslim empire in Afghanistan, Mahmud occupied the then Hindu city of Multan and used it as a base for a series of raids into India. So your family were connected with Mahmud of Ghazni's family, and you've been here in this part of the city for nearly 1,000 years. I've been here all the time. When our ancestor came, you see, and he made us do his own, when he came here, you see, at the site where he's buried. The Gaude's ancestor came with Mahmud's son in the 11th century. He came riding on a lion. With a lion snake as a whip in his hand and a pair of kittens. Yeah. But their ancestor wasn't a warrior, but a holy man, one among many who came in the Middle Ages into India. So this is from the 12th century then, is it?
This is his tomb. He was a Sufi, an Islamic mystic, and the Sufi saints, who are still loved across Pakistan and North India, will be very important in this story. For it was the Sufi saints who first brought Islam and the people of India together.
Amongst the saints of Multan, I think Shah Yusuf, our ancestor, is the first of the Muslim saints to arrive in Multan. I would call him the founder of Muslim Multan.
So the age of Mahmud was a time of violence, but also the beginning of a meeting of minds. For like the Hindu holy men, the Sufis taught that people should strive to be with God without any attachment. And there lay the common ground between Islam and the religions of India.
Ah, the old Gardesi Library. I remember this place.
This was founded by my great
And even the dreaded Mahmud himself is remembered here as a prince of high culture.
from an old manuscript type. Plus the old books. Some of them are 400 or 500 years old.
He was the patron of the famous epic, Ferdowsi's Book of Kings.
This is the Ferdowsi. Ferdowsi, as you know, was commissioned by Muhammad Ghazali to write the history of Persia and this part of the world in poetry form, and Mahmud promised that he would give him one gold coin per couplet. For a couplet. He wrote 40,000 couplets.
40,000.
So Mahmud, I think, had second thought, and he said, "Oh, a gold coin is too much. I think I'll give you a silver coin per couplet." And he refused to accept, and he went back home, and he wrote a satire against Mahmud, which became so popular, and which he criticizes Mahmud's ancestry and everything, especially his mother's side. His mother's ancestry, as he says at one point. And "Ay Shah Mahmud, Kishwar Kusha, the Kasbir Natarsi, the Tarsas Khuda, O King Mahmud, O conqueror of the countries of nations, if you're not scared of anyone, at least be scared of God." And that became so popular that every child in Ghazni was reciting those couplets of the satire, more than that of the Shah. Of the original, the main text. So Mahmud, he regretted that, and he decided to honor his word and give a gold coin.
Mahmud led a dozen great expeditions into India. The most famous left Multan in November 1025. It took them a month to get down from Multan to the sea, survive through this kind of terrain, and took 20,000 camels to carry the water. In these early attacks on India, the goal wasn't conquest but plunder. Their target in 1025, the famous Hindu temple town of Somnath, which was said to be incredibly rich in gold and silver. Though, as can still happen, the invasion was given a different public justification as a war against the infidel. There's many stories about why Mahmud attacked Somnath. Long, long ago in Arabia, there was a goddess called Manat. When Islam came, the shrines of the goddesses were destroyed. But according to one version of the story, the stone image of Manat was taken away from Arabia and brought here to India. And Somnath became her temple, Somanath. It was to fulfill the work of the prophet that Mahmud led his expedition to the sea. That story no doubt made Mahmud look good with the Caliph in Baghdad as a defender of the faith, but it was fantasy. He'd come to loot the wealth of India. And these tales became part of the mythology of the people in the borderland of Rajasthan. To them, Mahmud is still a bogeyman, and they still sing of their heroic battles in the Middle Ages against the Afghans and the Turks. Nothing like that old sound of grumpy camels clearing their throats and farting all night, is there? Well, there isn't. Mahmud's attack on Somnath led him 750 miles south from Multan, across the great desert of Thar, into Gujarat, and down to the Arabian Sea. There on the seashore lay the rich pilgrim shrine of Somnath, inside a fortified town. The Shiva temple here was destroyed and rebuilt several times before it was restored in the 1950s after independence. Mahmud reached here in January 1026, sacked the city, destroyed the idol, and plundered the temple's gold. In today's India, the tale is still remembered with bitterness.
यहाँ का जो भी सोना चांदी जवेरात देख के उसको ये मंदिर और लूटने का मन हो गया, और ये जो हिंदू संस्कृति है उसको नाश करने का भी उसको मन में आया, तो ये मंदिर को डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया और यहाँ का जो भी संपत्ति था जैसे हीरा माणिक सोना चांदी सब लूट के ले गया।
Mahmud's expedition to Somnath was written up by his Persian and Turkic court poets as an emblematic clash between Islam and Hindu idolatry. The great historian al-Biruni, who was no fan of Mahmud, went with him to India, says that the 12 great plundering expeditions engendered hatred among Hindus for the Turks, by which he means the Muslims. But as always in history, and especially in the history of India, there's another story. And what appears to begin here as a clash of civilizations will become over time one of the most remarkable cultural crossovers in the history of civilization. What a great Indian Muslim prince will later call the meeting of two oceans. And it's al-Biruni, a Muslim scholar who learned Sanskrit, who gives us the first signpost. You must bear in mind, he says, that the Hindus entirely differ from us in almost everything. The barriers separating us are many: language, manners, customs, rules of purity. And India is such a diverse land, from Kashmir in the north to the southern cultures, Telugu, Kannada, and Tamil. In religion, the Indians totally differ from us, as we believe in nothing which they believe, and vice versa. India is hard to understand, though I have a great liking for it, and our apparent differences would be perfectly transparent if there were more contact between us. But in 1192, there came a new phase, military conquest by Afghans and Turks, who became sultans of Delhi. Here they built a giant minaret, which doubled as a tower of victory. 240 feet high, is one of the wonders of the world, the Qutb Minar.
All the might of Islam.
The might of Islam. So this is a statement of conquest. This is foreign conquerors coming in and creating their base.
This base was very important for taking the conquest into other parts of India. So you can very well imagine the Qutb complex was the place which established Muslim rule in India. This was built around the end of the 12th century. That was the time when this Nalkot area was taken over by the Afghans. This is the first Indo-Islamic mosque in India.
This is the place.
This is the place. The first mosque.
And all around us, the remains of Hindu colonies.
The inscription on the eastern gate says that 27 temples were actually dismantled to construct this Kawatul Islam mosque.
It was as much a political as a religious statement. Since its first spread in the 7th century, the Islamic world had encountered many other religions, but nowhere as big and diverse as India. The fact was, as the Delhi sultans soon realized, they couldn't possibly convert to India. Coexistence had to follow. The different dynasties of the sultans of Delhi ruled here for 300 years, and you can still pick up their traces today in the back streets of old Delhi.
So where are we heading? So
We're
what's
going to Mubarakpur village,
yeah?
where Sayyid came sometime in 1830. What was then this obscure village? Built this rather elaborate tomb, very elaborate.
Mubarak Shah's tomb. Mubarak Shah's tomb.
Right. We're looking for the tomb of one of the Delhi sultans, which over the centuries has become a shrine for the local community.
What, that thing there? I don't believe this. Look at this. This is just amazing.
Why has it been caged in?
Because there's a very real fear that his brain might reach out and bite you.
And in a bizarre twist, the sultan has become a local holy man.
Our friend here tells us that soon after a marriage, the newlyweds would come here and pray to not a holy man, but a sultan.
Fantastic.
But he has become holy over the years. Don't ask me how.
In an age when all Hindus in the north were forced to pay a head tax to the sultans to practice their faith, gives a clue as to how things can change on the ground.
Who dies of hunger if you live in this vicinity? Because he will make sure that you have livelihood.
You won't die of hunger. Yeah. So he still sort of protects people who live around him. That's a fantastic idea, isn't it?
But the biggest meeting of minds was brought about by the Sufi sects.
And these are really, really basic. The idea being that the people who came,
For through the Sufis, the devotees of both faiths found their common ground.
Now you can see the pots and the trees really well from here, can you? So these are all successful wishes.
these are wishes that have come true, yeah?
And not just in folk beliefs, but in an idea deeply rooted in Islam's mystical traditions, the unity of all being and of all religions.
The person who lies buried here is Abu Bakr Sheikh Hayati. He belongs to the Qalandariya Silsila.
This is a Sufi order that came from Iran and Iraq. Yes, Iran. This is not just a kind of conquest. This is an internal.
And a lot of people now increasingly see that in India, at least north of there, Islam didn't spread through this war, but just through men like the person in Pereira, these Sufis, and they sort of went on like a continuous stream under the 300 to 400 years.
And perhaps real change in history has to happen at the grassroots. The poet Amir Khusro grew up here in the Delhi Sultanate. He's still a household name in old Muslim families. He's typical of the age, a Muslim whose parents were Turkic, who spoke Persian. And this is his voice. India is our beloved motherland, a paradise on earth. Intelligence is the natural gift of its people. There can be no better guide to life than the wisdom of India.
This cult is frowned on by the really orthodox kind of Islamic.
Wahhabi Islam, you would find this one. Almost all of them considered completely Islamic.
So in the Middle Ages in the north, despite war and violence, forced conversion, discrimination against Hindus, the foundations were laid for the amazing events which would follow in the 16th century. This is one of the most wonderful viewpoints in history. This is the end of the Khyber Pass, the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan. This is the route taken by many of the great invaders in history who came into the Indian subcontinent: Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, and Tamburlaine. In late 1525, new invaders came down this corridor of history from Afghanistan. Originally from Central Asia, the Mughals had made Kabul their base from which to mount an invasion of the plains of India. After 4 failures, this was the final throw on which their leader, Babur, had staked everything. It's April 1526. The heat already clamping on the Delhi plain. Temperature pushing up towards 40 degrees. The Mughal army, 12,000 men. Their leader, a grizzled veteran of 43 years old, inured to war since he was 10, descendant of Genghis Khan and Tamburlaine. Ahead of him, at Panipat, the Sultan of Delhi, Ibrahim, with an army of 100,000 men and 1,000 war elephants. Babur's place of destiny, Panipat, just north of Delhi, was the scene of several great battles in Indian history, going back to the legendary wars of the ancient epic of the Mahabharata. It was Muslim rule against Muslim invader.
Both sides had taken their positions a week before. Both sides were preparing. We know about Babur's preparation more than Ibrahim's because Babur has left a record behind. He was outnumbered by 1:5.
Wow.
Yes.
He's commandeered, he says, about 700 carts and tied them together with fibre cables.
Yes.
What's he trying to do there to protect himself?
He's tied cannons in these carts, yes. There are about several hundred cannons tied like this, right in front. Shoots the enemy with his cannon, which is for the first time happening in India. It's in the Battle of Panipat that it's happening in India.
The use of artillery.
The use of artillery on that scale. Behind that is his cavalry, and behind that his infantry.
And how does he win?
Well,
is it the artillery that makes the difference?
Very largely it does make a difference because what do the elephants and the horses do against the artillery?
So, like his contemporaries Cortes and Pizarro in the New World, in one battle, the Mughal conquistador Babur had gained the heartland of India. In Thanksgiving, he built a little mosque overlooking the battlefield, the first Mughal mosque in India. So this place marks the start of a new age and of a new style that we now think of as quintessentially Indian.
It's the palace built by Babur for his queen. He's saying it's a mosque built by Babur for his army to say their prayers. So wow, 2 different stories. In India, Babur is known as a warrior, as a conqueror, a great soldier. In his home, back home in Tashkent area, probably nobody even knows that he came to India and conquered. But they remember him as a great poet, very, very great poet. He's a man of many, many parts, and very, above all, a very honest, sincere man, very charming, lovable man. He was also a devout Muslim, not a very, dogmatic Muslim, but a devout Muslim. He said his prayers very regularly, 5 times a day. After saying his prayers, he went and had a cup of wine, of course. But so it's a very human figure. It's a figure of a live man.
A regular guy. You said to me, yes. And after the battle, what Babur does next is another clue to what will follow. He enters Delhi, but doesn't plunder the city. Instead, he comes here to the old Sufi shrine of Nizamuddin, still a favorite among Delhiites of all communities, Hindu as well as Muslim. And here he offers a humble prayer before going back to camp to have a cup of wine and write poetry. Thank you very much. And that will set the tone of the next amazing phase of the story of India. Devotion to the Sufis will mark all of Babur's descendants, just as respect for all religions marked his ancestors back to Tamburlaine. Beautiful place. Under the Mughals, the story of Islam and India will move on to a different plane, which still has lessons for the world today. Oh, that's very, very kind. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the most important shrines of the saints in Delhi. Great Sufi saint. The tale of the Mughals is a family story. One of the most remarkable and gifted dynasties in history. They ruled India for 330 years before they were deposed by the British. But immediately after Babur's death, his son Humayun was driven into exile, where his wife gave birth to a son who would become one of the greatest of all Indian rulers, Akbar. The tale of Akbar takes us first to Rajasthan, where the local Hindu Rajas had always resisted the Muslim conquerors. In the 16th century, the majority of Indian people in the north were still Hindus who followed the old religions of India, Shiva, Vishnu, and the goddess. They had often endured intolerance and forced conversion under the medieval sultans. Khushbu. I'm Michael. My name is Michael. And this is your brother? Moit. Thank you. This is best place in Jodhpur. Akbar would change the relations between Hindu and Muslim in India. When he was born in the house of relatives of the royal family of Jodhpur, there were omens which foretold his future greatness, just as there were for other giants of history, like Alexander. So back in 1542, when the astrologers did his horoscope, what did they see in Akbar's line of life? I asked the present Maharaja's astrologer to redraw his chart. Oh, it's lovely to see you again. Hello, Abhishek. That's great. So, how did we do? What's first of all the date? 25th of October, 1542.
Sunday morning.
This is Sunday morning.
Saturday night, then the Sunday morning. 2 a.m. is the
2 a.m.
Yeah. That at the time of his birth, Sagittarius was in the 5th house. That's astrologically.
So this is the Emperor Akbar's chart here.
Yes. And this becomes computer made chart.
he born in the Leo ascendant.
In a Leo ascendant.
So these people are very, very confident about what they are doing, and they are very keen, and they are focused about their goals. The aspect of Sun and Saturn, it is the kingdom yoga, as we describe in the astrology. It is the Maharaj yoga.
See, he was born when Scorpio was in the 4th house. And that was the reason that he was bound to have led a good and comfortable life, though born at a different state. But the horoscope also indicates that he was not to get ancestral property. And this holds good because he later acquired kingdom.
After the 6th day of his birth, the astrologer must have calculated his birth chart, because we believe that on 6th day, the goddess of fortune comes and he writes the fortune of the child.
They saw the future fortune.
Because the Sun and Saturn, the Saturn is the main planet who gives the kingdom. If the Saturn is on the highest state, it must have given the kingdom. It will give. At that time, they have thought.
And they were right.
Yeah, they were.
Akbar became king in 1556 when his father died after falling down his library steps in Delhi. At that moment, much of North India was controlled by their enemies, and the Mughals might just have been an unlamented blip in the story of India.
It's an unlikely place, isn't it? But there was a beautiful Mughal garden here in 1556.
Akbar was proclaimed king here at Kalanar by generals loyal to his father.
Thank you. So where is the Takti Akbari?
Yes.
Yeah, this is it. Well, how about that? Isn't that extraordinary? It doesn't look as if there's any of the garden left, does it? It's a beautiful spot. Akbar came back several times in his later life. Gorgeous, isn't it, this evening? So this is the place where he was formally proclaimed king in February 1556. That was the throne platform there. He would have sat on that. You have to remember, he's only a 13-year-old boy. He'd been brought up in exile among tough warriors in Afghanistan. You can imagine his thoughts, I'm sure. He played truant from school, preferred outdoor sports and games, and remained illiterate all his life. What is your name? Namke, yeah? And how old are you? 12. So you are nearly the same age as Akbar. He was 13 and you are 12. So it's a credible thought, isn't it, that he was only this age when he became king. Maybe because the intellectuals and the scholars and the mullahs had never got their intellectual straitjacket on him, he retained a wonderful capacity to make unexpected, unconventional connections, as we would put it, to think outside the box. At this point, the Mughal kingdom had shrunk to a few small pockets around Kandahar, Lahore, and Delhi. But young Akbar acts fast, defeats his enemies, and wins the kingdom. And then over the next 10 years, he expands it across the Bengal and down to the Deccan to become one of the world's great powers. And soon, the illiterate young tough guy was showing unexpected skills in rulership and an unsuspected interest in India's different philosophies.
Akbar is not very religious. He has attachments to Sufis, superstitious attachments, let us say, to the Ajmer shrine. And India was what he experienced. He liked his language, he liked mixing with the people. As you know, he was a bit of a loafer, so he loafed with people. And often went to gatherings, even when he had become a king, without courtiers, incognito. He was a different type of sovereign altogether.
In January 1575, Akbar came with his closest Hindu advisor here to the junction of the Ganges and the Jamna rivers at the time of the great bathing festival. What Akbar saw here was one of those great Hindu melas, when millions of people come down to the junction of the rivers to take a holy bath. Akbar's advisor tells the story. A strange thing happens at that time, he says, when the planet Jupiter enters the constellation of Aquarius, and then a small mound island rises in the middle of the river Ganges, and all the people go out to it to do worship. Akbar was so touched by his experience that he named the Hindu sacred place of prayer Ilah Abbas, today Allahabad, the city of God. So here, having already lifted the hated tax on Hindus, Akbar begins to embrace all India's religions. The Sikhs were one of the radical religious groups who'd sprung up out of the interaction of Hinduism and Islam in the 16th century. Their first guru, Nanak, who died in 1539, asserted there is no Hindu or Muslim, and laid stress on the worship of one God and works of charity. His legacy today is a world faith, singled out by the turban that all men must wear to enter their holy shrines. And it was Akbar who gifted them land here in Amritsar to build the Golden Temple, the most famous landmark of Sikhism today. It would be under the later Mughals that the Sikhs became a military sect, bearing the symbols still carried by all Sikh men today, what they call the 5 Ks.
The first K is the Kesh, which is unshown here.
You don't cut your hair?
No. Hence, therefore, parents will be, you don't cut your hair. And second one is Kanga, which is a wooden form. Wooden form. Yes.
And you keep that with you?
We keep that in the hair here. And third one is bracelet. This is called Kada. Starts with K. Fourth K is your kashera, which is a baggy shorts, baggy briefs, which you wear as an undergarment.
Right. And the fifth one
is kirpan. Kirpan is actually, now, if I can take you through this is not a sword. It's not a knife either. Yes, sure. It's called kirpan. It is to defend your respect, to stand against the tyranny of the time, so that you can defend your faith.
Now it has become clear to me, said Akbar, that it cannot be wisdom to assert the truth of one faith over another. In our troubled world, so full of contradictions, the wise person makes justice his guide and learns from all. Perhaps in this way, the door may be opened again, whose key has been lost. The new age demanded a new capital. Fatehpur Sikri was built in the 1570s in the plain near Agra. Above the entrance is a quotation from the Christian Saviour and Muslim prophet, Jesus. This is the great gate of Akbar's city of Fatehpur Sikri. The inscription reads this: Jesus, peace be upon him, said this: the world is a bridge, cross it, but build no house upon it, for the world endures but a moment, and the rest is unknown. The new city was built around the tiny shrine of a Sufi saint whose blessing Akbar had sought to get a son and heir. And the lavish celebrations when his son was born are still remembered by the ancient guardian of the shrine.
मैंने गाना शुरू किया था पाकिस्तान जैज में कंपटीशन दी पर और देखा ना वहाँ गाना हुआ था 90 लाख रुपए बच गया।
While the new city was being built and Akbar was beginning his philosophical inquiries, he also oversaw a great reform of Mughal government.
The administrative structure of Mughal Empire is practically complete.
provinces are established in 1580. The centralized administration is then already established in 1574. He established his military service, bureaucracy, army are combined. He has a new land revenue system. Conquests are going on. But now Akbar is not personally involved. So actually this philosophy is the philosophy of politically leisure artists. So, not
Personal stuff.
but you see, he's seeking for a justification of sovereignty.
And how to justify sovereignty? To create an allegiance in a nation of such diversity? That was the question. Akbar's big idea was very simple. No one religion can claim absolute knowledge, absolute authority. He'd already had discussions with Muslim wise men, Sunni and Shia, but he'd been shocked by how quickly they'd come to blows with each other. Now he summoned leaders of all the religions of the world. Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Jews, Parsis, Jains, to find the common ground of all religion. And in those weekly seminars here at Fatehpur, perhaps for the first time in human history, the absolute claims of religion itself were put under scrutiny.
पांच सील मालिक को भी बताया, निशा न करना, चोरी न करना सबसे बड़ा परम धर्म है। और उन्होंने इस संदेश को भेदभाव नहीं होना चाहिए, हमारा धर्म है, ये यही सिखाता है।
Every religion is wrong, but all differences have to be tolerated. He says in India there are so many religions, and therefore the sovereign should not identify with them. He is just as God can't identify with himself in one religion. So the sovereign can't identify as sovereign.
From Mughal India to Christian Europe, it was a Renaissance world, and Akbar even received a letter from his contemporary Elizabeth I. In her letter to the Emperor Akbar, Queen Elizabeth of England says something very interesting. She says that the singular report of your Majesty's humanity has reached even these most distant shores of the world. Humanity, not power, glory, riches. But it's right to talk about Akbar's humanity still. It's what makes him one of the most engaging figures in the history of the world. But it's not the whole story. The other side is his rationality. Don't think for a moment that his dream of one religion was some new age whim. It was conceived as rationally as all his other great policies. His drastic overhaul of the land revenue and taxation system of his great empire. His overhaul of the Mughal civil service. His effort to make his Hindu subjects more equal under the law. These were all big ideas. The sort of big ideas that would become part of the mainstream in Europe in the 18th century Enlightenment. But in 16th century Europe, no Renaissance prince, not even the brilliant Elizabeth Tudor, tried so consistently as Akbar to bring in the age of reason. After a reign of nearly 50 years, Akbar died in 1605, 2 years after Elizabeth I. He would be succeeded by his son Jahangir, his grandson Jahan, both men of high sensibility, but with inner demons drawn to dissipation. Akbar had laid the foundations, administrative, fiscal, and moral, for Mughal India's future greatness. At his death, India had the largest GDP in the world. Before it lay the possibility of an Indo-Islamic enlightenment. So what went wrong? Why did it fail after Akbar's death? Why did the age of reason not come? Well, it wouldn't be the first time in history, and it certainly wouldn't be the last, that an empire lost its way because of overconsumption, extravagance, bad leadership, and unwise foreign wars. Through the 17th century, the Mughals pursued their futile dream of regaining their ancestral homeland in Central Asia. And at home, they engaged in vast building projects. The most famous was the Taj Mahal. Now, you might have thought that the best-known building in the world had no more secrets. The Taj is told in all the tourist guides as a monument to love, the tomb of Shah Jahan's favourite wife, Mumtaz, and later of Jahan himself, a teardrop on the face of time. But new discoveries suggest the design may go back to the Mughals' beloved Sufi saints, that the key to the Taj may be a mystic map of a Sufi's dream. It's a map of the Day of Judgment. The cosmos is seen as a rectangle. On one side, the fields of paradise. On the other side, the path, as-sirat, the way, the bridge over which the righteous must pass and be judged on Judgment Day. In the middle, a pool and the congregation grounds for the faithful on that day of judgment. And in the center, the throne of God himself. When you walk through the Taj, you come finally to the great platform on which the tomb chamber stands, underneath which Shah Jahan and Mumtaz are buried. But that's not the last point in the journey. To see the full plan unfold, we've got to cross the river to see what's on the other side. Now you begin to see what the architect of the Taj is doing. He's including the sacred river Jamna, the Hindu sacred river, in the architecture of his own sacred space. Legend says that Jahan planned a black Taj as a mirror image on the other side. But archaeologists have found something more haunting still. Across the river is a walled paradise garden. In it were night-scented trees and flowers, red cedars and magnolias. There were fruits and nuts, and jubes, mangoes, sugar palms, chirunjis whose sweet kernel tastes like pistachio. Here, a great Mughal could sit in his pavilion in the moonlight and look at his creation. So the Taj is a product of the Hindu-Muslim synthesis that took place over much of India in the 17th century. But the world's richest economy had begun to decline. British visitors give graphic accounts of the shocking poverty of the rural workforce in Jahangir's day, even though the cities were still wealthy. Agra here, 3 times the size of London. But more than 20% of the national income was spent on the court elite, on an upper class who lived at a higher level of consumption than any European aristocracy. You can still glimpse the incredible richness of Mughal art in the jewelers' workshops in Jaipur. The Kasliwal family were jewelers to the Mughal court in the 17th century.
Ruby was always considered to be the symbol of power.
And what stone is this? A ruby. Ruby.
And also with the Mughals, what was quite treasured was the spinels, which are quite rare stones.
What is this? What is the
Spinels? For a long time, spinels were confused to be rubies.
So when we see those pictures of the Mughal emperors, often with what look like rubies, I think it's probably these, in fact. How amazing. These exquisite Mughal arts went from the scale of the Taj to the smallest turban pin.
If you see, that's the base of the box. When you open it inside, see there are various.
So you can see through it. It's just like a filigree
all cut work. It's almost like lace work and gold. So it's perfect from each angle.
It was your ancestors that actually made these things.
Like this one here. Like an opium box. All these are rubies which have been calibrated.
So the great Mughal would have kept his opium in something like this, and laced his wine with it, or did they smoke it, or
No,
put it in their
opium
wine?
was, we used to have opium ceremonies where you would offer opium to your guests.
The Mughals had come to India as conquerors, but bearing the tolerant views of their ancestors, they ruled North India for more than 300 years. At their best, creating an extraordinary Hindu-Muslim synthesis, almost healing the wound of history. And now, with hindsight, after the British and the partition of India in 1947, their wonderful buildings and creations have become memory rooms for the story of India, and also perhaps a symbol of might have been. But go to great cities like Lahore in Pakistan today, the most romantic of Mughal cities, and you still feel the living presence of that lost world. Its poignant beauty and its refinement. But in the mid-1650s, behind the extravagance of the court, discord was looming. The ailing Jahan, now incompetent, was imprisoned, and his sons prepared to fight for the kingdom. The civil war was as much about faith as about empire. The younger son, Aurangzeb, wanted to return to Orthodox Islam. The elder, Dara, following in Akbar's footsteps, had translated Hindu sacred texts. It's gorgeous, isn't it? When was this written?
Well, this was written in 1655. He explains in the introduction that having become a Sufi, he wanted to find out about the wisdom of the Indian religions, and he also mentions that he's written this work for his family only, not for the general public.
Dara even tells how the Hindu god Rama had met him in a dream and embraced him. Dara's project was bold in his own time, but now, in the age of wars on terror, almost inconceivable. He took his lead from the Sufi idea of the unity of being and the Quran's revelation that God had sent messengers to earth before the Prophet Muhammad, and he argued for the unity of religion. Islam and Hinduism were twins, he said, hairs of the same head. He tells us, I talked to the Hindu holy men, people who had attained the highest level of spiritual enlightenment. And in our conversations that were free and open, I detected, although there were verbal differences, no essential disagreement on our understanding of God. And so I decided to write a book about that, about the religions of the two communities. And I called it The Meeting Place of the Two Oceans. It was a project that was heroic, quixotic even, and it would cost him his life and his crown. The decisive battle between Dara and Aurangzeb was fought outside Ajmer in 1658. Now the the story unfolds with all the momentum and awful sense of destiny of a Shakespearean tragedy. The battle was fought here in this wide valley just outside Ajmer on the railway line to Rajasthan. Dara and his European artillery officers had chosen a good position with their wings anchored on the hills on either side of us. But there was one weakness to the position. A secret path led over the mountains and round to the back of Dara's army, and he was betrayed to Aurangzeb. The issue now was what should be done with Dara. To gauge the public mood, Aurangzeb decided to humiliate him, strip him of all marks of office, mount him on a clapped-out old female elephant driven by a slave in rags, parade him here down the great market street of Delhi. But the onlookers were all horrified by Dara's fall. Many of them burst into tears. With that, Aurangzeb decided that Dara should die. The killers came that night to his prison by Humayun's tomb. There they found Dara cooking lentils with his little boy, Prince Salim. His son clung desperately to his father's legs, but was dragged away. Dara was overpowered, and they cut his head off and sent it to his brother. "Ah," said Aurangzeb, "I wouldn't look the kafir in the face while he was still alive, and I won't now." He sent his head in a box to their father, Shah Jahan, in his prison in the palace in Agra. Jahan opened it at table while he was eating, collapsed, fainting, broke his front teeth. As for Dara's little boy, he was given a draught of opium and then strangled. The father and the son were buried here in the tomb of Humayun. Dara's death marks the end of that story. But for all the ebb and flow of India's history since then, the quest for Hindu-Muslim unity has never been abandoned.
Religions, still, in that time, till today, religions are the same, the teachings are the same. And it is the misinterpretation which takes the brotherhood apart. Whether it is Hindu, Muslim, or Sikh, or Christian, if that person follows his religion correctly, so I don't think there will be any problem, because you will do correct, each and everything correct. We are talking about especially in India, and in India, so diversified as far as religions are concerned. I think the most diversified country in the world. I think so. As far as the religions are concerned, as far as the cultures are concerned, as far as the languages are concerned.
Can we judge the past by the standards of the 21st century? Should we judge our time by theirs? The Mughal Empire began and ended with war. In a few decades, they created a civilizational wonderland here in India, a kind of Indo-Islamic synthesis. Their rulers were not only practical men, but visionaries. Babur's imperial dreams, Akbar's utopian visions, but waiting in the wings with ominous patience were the British, who had a very different idea of what bringing in the age of reason could mean. Next in the story of India, the last invaders, the British. The first war of freedom. So your family were committed to fighting against the British and the horrors of the Great Mutiny. And what happened here?
The British were destroyed with the 16-pounder gun.
The balance sheet of the British Raj.
The Britishers who gave us a complete map of India.
and the coming of freedom.
You know, bondage nobody likes. Everybody likes to be free.
There are times in the life of a civilization when history seems to burst with possibilities. That's India in the 21st century. This is the tale of the British occupation of India, the winning of freedom, and the establishment of democracy. And with them, all the possibilities of a hitherto undreamed of future.
What do you want to be when you grow up and leave the school?
When I grow up, I'll be a commercial pilot.
Commercial pilot?
A doctor.
A doctor? Captain in the Navy? An archaeologist? Fantastic. I want to be a movie director. A movie director? Fantastic.
The next chapter in the story of India. The coast of South India. In the 18th century, the British thought this the richest place in the world. And here a chain of events began that would lead to a small island 5,000 miles away, coming to rule a vast empire in India, and in the process, giving birth to the modern world. The tale of India's last invader, the British, is a chain of accidents. As so often in history, events that need never have happened in the way that they did, except perhaps for some destiny written deep in India's own past. Here in Tanjore in the late 18th century, the armies of the British East India Company imposed their rule on a civilization that had come down from ancient times, still with its own distinctive vision of the world. At that time, while the Mughals still ruled in the north, South India was divided between many princely states. But history was on the move. The 18th century Rajas of Tanjore, men like Sarfoji, were importing European knowledge. And in their library here, along with 50,000 Indian manuscripts, are books in English, French, Italian, and Latin.
But it was in palm leaf and paper. 25,000.
Even without the British, India would still have taken the path to modernity.
So he was interested in combining Indian and European.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. Samuel Johnson's dictionary. Fantastic.
The first great dictionary of the English language. And here it is in a court of 18th century Tanjore. The very moment of the British taking over in India, this kind of almost like a Renaissance culture is taking place. This library, when you think about it, is as old as the Bodleian Library in Oxford, older by far than any library in the United States. And maybe that's the hallmark of all great civilizations, that they have the ability to conserve their own genius, but to bring in the discoveries of other civilizations and incorporate them. And India has always had the ability to do that, just as it does today. So these are medical textbooks from Europe.
365 medical books collected from London, printed in London and Edinburgh.
There we go.
The present Raja, tell me more about his ancestor, Sarfoji.
He had a very deep interest in medicine also. You can see here, even it's fascinating to know that he has imported a human skeleton from London. He wants his doctors to be taught about the anatomy. He was beyond times. He knew what's going around the world. He is a polyglot and polymath. So
he spoke English.
Yeah, he spoke several languages.
So all this time, Tanjore was under the rule of the British. Is that correct?
Yeah. Actually, what happened? He was forced to undergo a treaty with the British, and from 1798 onwards, he was relieved of his powers from maintaining his territory.
These events were all part of the global confrontation between the British and the French in the 18th century. With Mughal power shrinking in North India, the South became the theatre of war for the Europeans. The same year General Wolfe lay dying in Quebec, the British and the French were fighting along the Coromandel coast, and the Tamils found themselves in the line of fire. The key to the nascent British Empire was the new fort of Madras.
This was the beginning of the empire, because this is here where they first decided that they'll have a fort of their own, a place, a trading station of their own. When the British first came and landed only at Surat, and when they were not able to compete either with the Dutch or the Portuguese on the western coast, they shifted towards the east. They came to Pulicat. From Pulicat, they shifted to Armagon. From Armagon, they came to Madras, and this is where they found what they wanted.
So what were they trading, first of all, here in South India?
They were trading here only muslin cloth.
Muslin cloth. At that time, this was a peaceful exchange.
Yeah, that time it was peaceful. By about 1650, 1660, the Dutch, the Danish, the Portuguese, all of them, sort of become subservient to the powers of the British and the French.
So these are European powers,
yes,
competing for empire internationally, but here in South India, this becomes a focus for their rivalry.
Every time there is some sort of a difference of opinion, altercation in Europe between the French and the English, that what shall we say, that is very clearly reflected in the South India also.
It was a time of war, as European armies trekked back and forth across South India. In the towns of the old Cholan heartland, the dead lay unburied in the streets. The great Tamil temple enclosures were turned into forts and prison camps, as columns of famine-stricken refugees fled the fighting. When you read British accounts of these wars in the late 18th century, you get actually a very horrifying impression of armies of British and French crisscrossing the Tamil lands. Terrible massacres that have taken place at a time that we see today in Darfur or Iraq almost.
Yes,
thousands of Tamils were killed. It must have been a terrible time in the South.
It must have been the first form of uprising. Starts only in this part of the country.
The first uprising against the British. Against
the British. Of course, it's all local.
Yeah.
It is not, it's nothing organized. I wouldn't call it a fight for freedom. But they are rebelling against certain norms which have been forced upon them.
The British victory in South India came in 1799 at the Battle of Seringapatam, where an East India Company army overwhelmed the Muslim Sultan of Mysore. And back in London, in the British Library, archive of the East India Company reveals the secret story in the letters of the British commander Richard Wellesley, the Governor General of India. Here, even written in cipher. Here's the crucial part. Seringapatam I shall retain in full sovereignty for the company, being a tower of strength from which we may at any time strike Hindustan to its centre. And he adds, I shall not at present enlarge upon the advantages which are likely to be derived to the British interests from this, for they are too obvious to require any detailed explanation. But for the company, the war was not just about power, but profit. And also in the archive here, the profit and loss, the balance sheets of the East India Company. This is what it was all about. A crucial turning point in the finances of the company. 1799, after the great battles in South India at Seringapatam. Company revenues, £8.5 million. 4 years later, 1803, £13.5 million. That's getting on for £750 million in modern spending money. Previous invaders of India had come by land through the Khyber Pass, but the British came by sea, establishing bases around the coast. And in Bengal, the British had extorted the right to raise taxes from the enfeebled Mughals. And here in Calcutta, they began to develop a classic colonial economy. Sailing into Calcutta in the 18th century, you were entering the hub of an operation which spread its power and influence across half the world. Opium being processed here in warehouses to be sailed off to China, textiles being processed to go into northern India and across to Europe. A network that controlled hundreds of thousands of skilled workers, weavers, dyers and washers. The forerunner of those modern multinationals who, backed by state power, make their billions and wield power of life and death over great swathes of the world. In later times, the British liked to say disingenuously that they'd gained their empire in a fit of absent-mindedness. But there was nothing absent-minded about the ruthless way they pursued the imperative of profit. And in the late 18th century, driven by the Industrial Revolution back in Britain, Bengal became a mainstay of British imperialism. The magnificent 18th century cemetery in Calcutta tells another side of the story. Many of the British here, some of them all too short-lived, fell in love with India. A third of all the British men who came to work for the company married Indian women and left money and property to their beloved BBs. Why are you going to the trouble of conserving something from the British past?
Because it is our moral duty, not only for just to revive its own glory, but to provide so that people can come here and have a look and enjoy. How can you ignore it? It is a part of our history.
Relevant to India today.
Yeah, relevant to India. You can see. The Britishers who gave us a complete map of India.
The Britishers gave you a complete map of India?
United, that should be a complete map. Right to Britishers, what happened actually? India was divided into several small countries, different like that. They were all united.
So do you think without the British, India may never have been united as India?
Yeah, that is true, 100%. I fully agree with you.
You're making me feel better about being imperialist.
It is absolutely correct.
And that map was not only physical, but mental, an idea of India. But it was the British who began the recovery of the ancient Indian past. Orientalists like James Prinsep and William Jones learned India's languages. I love India more than my own country, said Warren Hastings. They founded the Asiatic Society here, conscious that India was a far older and richer civilization than their own. And as one of them said, wealth is not the only or the most valuable commodity India has to offer Britain and the world.
The early Orientalists who came to India, they wanted to know what was happening in this new place. William Jones, H.T. Colebrook, and a whole host of others, they took India seriously. So they went, sat with the Brahmin Pandits and tried to understand Sanskritic texts and so on. People have been nostalgically looking back to a world which they have lost. To look for the lost world in the East.
And they found it in India.
They found it in India.
Some East India Company officers were accused of thinking more of Hinduism than Christianity, and more of the Quran than the Bible. There's even a tomb in Park Street Cemetery covered with Hindu deities. It's the tomb of one of the most interesting characters from British India, Major General Charles Stewart. His love of things Indian earned him the nickname Hindu Stewart. He was here for 50 years, used to go down to the Ganges to bathe every day, wore Indian clothes off duty, and even worshipped Hindu gods. Perhaps his most characteristic attempt at cross-cultural dialogue was to try to persuade the British ladies of Calcutta, the Memsahibs, to throw off their whalebone corsets and their iron dress hoops and wear the sari. The sari, wrote Stewart, is the most alluring dress in the world, and the women of Hindustan enchanting in their beauty. In his book, The Vindication of the Hindus, Stewart spoke of the greatness of Indian civilization and the need for the British to understand it. Hinduism, said Stewart, little needs the ameliorating hand of Christianity to render its votaries a correct and moral people in a civilized society. On the contrary, he said, the glorious scriptures of the Hindus were written when our own ancestors were savages in the forests. The British were particularly attracted to the mixed Hindu-Muslim culture in the Ganges Plain, a legacy of the days of the great Mughals like Akbar, who had tried to bring the two communities together. Oh, wow, that's a... So what are these documents, Malaji? This is for Hanuman Gari. And this is the seal of the Nawab. These are the documents for Muslim Nawabs of Ayodhya giving their resources to building a Hindu temple. In the Middle Ages, relations between Hindus and Muslims had often been marred by the intolerant attitudes of some Muslim rulers. But accommodation under the later Mughals gave birth to the most seductive and charismatic of all Indian civilizations, in Lucknow, under the Muslim Nawabs. And that time is still fondly remembered in the old aristocratic houses. Oh, so family portraits. Oh. So this is magnificent. Who is this here?
Amrutdollah, Raja, Sir.
Raja, but Sir. So, yes. Sir. So he was knighted by Queen Victoria. Fantastic.
This is me.
With a beautiful ceremonial crown.
With the emerald diamond today.
People talk about the culture of Lucknow in the especially 18th century period, don't they, as being an extraordinary period in Indian history. Why is that?
It's full of Vedasa of Indian culture.
What does that mean?
That is Ganga Jamuni, mixture of Hindu and Muslim culture.
So at that time, the two cultures here intermingled. That high culture of Urdu literature and poetry has left its legacy across North India and Pakistan. And in the food too, which has spread across the whole world.
Fast results in more eating, that's great. Verdict on the biryani then, everybody.
We won.
We won.
But everything would be changed by the Great Rebellion of 1857. The signs had been there the previous 30 years. The British more intolerant under the growing influence of evangelical Christian missionaries. A decree replacing Persian with English as the language of administration and education. The mutiny began over the use of cow and pig fat to grease cartridges, deeply offensive to both Hindu and Muslim. It was a stupid mistake born of disrespect towards the native culture, but it provoked a terrifying uprising by the sepoys, the native troop employed by the British.
This was the mosque. From there, in the leadership of Maulana Fazl-e-Haq Khairabadi, around 350 alims, ulamas, Islamic scholars, gave the fatwa of jihad against the British rulers in India.
Hindu and Muslim joined together.
All communities came together, and I think it was the golden period of India. All the communities, without any differences, they were Indians at that time. They were following their religions, but they were fighting for one cause, to get the free countries.
Through the sweltering summer of 1857, the edifice of British power tottered in what the British called the Indian Mutiny. It was the greatest war of resistance ever fought against the colonial power in the whole age of European imperialism. And new discoveries in the archives in Delhi reveal the story from the rebels' side and their anger at the attitude of the new breed of British officials.
They are denigrating traditional forms of performance. They are denigrating traditional texts. They are denigrating traditional poetry. So there is a hectoring, interrogating machine that has been set in motion 20, 25 years before the uprising happens. Otherwise, we just can't make sense of the rage that bursts forth.
And what's interesting about 1857 is that certainly in Delhi, in the documents we've been studying here over the last 3 years, is that the expression of resistance in Delhi is done in religious terms. The British are the people who destroy all religions.
What has happened to our town?
The rebel leaders like the Rani of Jhansi, who died fighting, became national heroes.
To get at them, I have to blow up with them. Then blow them up. Our country of Baba will need.
There is a violence that bursts forth, in a turbulent wave, which totally takes the English by surprise. They're completely shocked by the kind of violence that is manifested by the sepoys.
And the British respond in kind and worse. And they level whole cities. Delhi, which is a city of 100,000 people, which contains around 250,000 people at the time the British attack it, refugees and the sepoys and so on, is left a completely empty ruin. There is not a single human being left in the city by the time the British are finishing.
For the British, the most evocative place in the story was Lucknow, scene of the heroic defense of their residency. After the victory, journalists picked their way over the ruins, using the new art of photography to record the destruction. Though some shots of the damage and cruelty inflicted by the British in their frenzy of revenge were not published at the time. In the immediate aftermath of the Great Rebellion of 1857-8, European photographer Felix Beato took an amazing top shot of the whole city. It's just laid out here before us, the great Imambara with the minarets. In the middle of the panorama, you can see the Mosque of Aurangzeb by the river there, painted white now. A British cavalry regiment camped just down there in the courtyard with their tents, their horses grazing, and in fact, you can just see they're washing by the side of the road on a washing line. Those look like long johns to me. "We have power of life and death in our hands," wrote one British officer, "and I assure you we spare not." Writing for the New York Daily Tribune, Karl Marx railed against the failure of the British press to cover British atrocities. "The cruelty of the sepoys," he said, "is only the reflex of England's own conduct in India. The European troops have become fiends."
In real history, things do not have sharp endings, normally periods of flood into each other. But 1857 is a very clear open and shut case. 1857, the East India Company ends, the Mughals end. The two principal forces that have guided Indian history for the past 300 years come to an abrupt end. And immediately, you get the British government imposing direct rule from London. Very soon after this, Disraeli goes to Queen Victoria and says, "Will you be Empress for me?"
This is the Grand Trunk Road coming northwards from Kanpur. Looking for one of the most extraordinary stories in the aftermath of 1857. And the person who knows more about it than anyone alive is an Indian scholar who comes from a village just up the road. We've arranged to meet at a place where there's a brick kiln and a temple, and he'll be wearing a red Himalayan shawl. A red Himalayan hat. Didn't hear him right. Very nice to meet you. This is Jeremy and Callum. So we made it. Fantastic.
Now look, I will have to take you to Bharai. The Raja is insistent. You can't have a picture with only the collaborators. You must have a real regard. Thank you very much.
People still think about it as collaborators, do they?
I am not,
150 years.
I don't feel guilty about it.
Don't get run over. We haven't done the interview yet. Sri Ram is the historian of the Indian National Congress, the freedom movement that arose out of the struggles of 1857.
That's the ancestral house.
Your house?
Yes.
Oh, wow. But like everyone in India, he has his own stake in the story. His ancestors sided with the British, believing in their order. Unstoppable, isn't it? This is the fort, yes. So this fort was your ancestors' fort. So are you officially still a Raja? Rajas are over. An hour or so out into the countryside, we reached Bharai. The descendants of the collaborator and the resistor and the oppressor. Wow, that's impressive, isn't it? What was this here? The ladies' apartment. Fantastic, isn't it? And this is what they were fighting for.
That's India, which you can call the eternal, the unchanging.
What happened here in 1857?
1857, we went against the British.
You were the rebels.
Yes.
First War of Independence,
Yes.
so they call it now, don't they? Yeah.
And we joined Jhansi Rani.
These were the local rebel
Yes.
commanders.
Rani Jhansi was about.
Oh, of Jhansi?
Yes, yes.
She was
Yes.
the heroine, the Joan of Arc of the resistance.
And Tata Tope.
Yeah.
And Nana Sahib, whom you feared so much.
Nana's coming. It was Nana who attacked Lucknow.
Lucknow and Maskar Ghat and all that stuff.
So these were the greatest of the rebel leaders, yeah. So your family were committed to fighting against the British. Yeah. And what happened here?
The British destroyed it. With the 16-pounder gun.
And here in Bahrain, in the baking summer heat of the Jamna Plain, long way into my journey in search of the story of India, I felt enveloped by the greatness of Indian history. By those terrible events 150 years ago that seem to have only happened yesterday. The two of you maybe represent two different aspects, Indian views of all these great events,
I'm not ashamed of the fact that my ancestors cooperated with the British. Situated as they were, and being educated, they knew the might and the resources of the British.
Your view is different.
I mean, we became educated because of they taking about the Jhansi Rani and all things. They all taking everything from us. So what we had to fight, nothing else.
It was a matter of honor. We have nothing to lose. We fight.
My father also became a rebellion. I mean, with Gandhi. So he was jailed also.
His father joined.
Your father was a rebel with Gandhi?
No, he did not join Gandhi.
Yeah, he joined Gandhi.
Yes.
Yeah.
He went to jail, Itawa jail. He became a freedom fighter.
So the freedom struggle rooted in your family.
He continued from 1857 till 1947.
And to see how the freedom struggle came out of the mutiny, you need first to come back to the district capital, Etawa. Because here lived one of the key figures in the beginning of the freedom movement. And believe it or not, he was a British civil servant. He built this school. A.O. Hume fought here against the rebels, but then began to speak out for Indian self-determination.
He believed in the power of imperialism to do good, I suppose.
Well,
you could put it that way.
he was rather a kind of what should I say, a cultural imperialist.
Hume helped start the independence movement by bringing together the best young Indians to form the Indian National Congress. That's it in the middle. His is one of the great untold Indian stories. In fact, Sri Ram thinks that Hume is almost as important as Gandhi.
It was Hume's personality, his organizing skill, and his devotion to the cause of India. It was their duty as trustees of the Indian Empire to prepare the people of this country to take the destinies of their country in their own hands.
So that's what Hume thought the British should work towards.
This is what the British should work towards, and
when they are ready for self-government, to hand over their trust to them and to retire from this country. Because if they retire after doing this much, they would have done two things. First, to train the people in self-government, and second, to have ensured that their own commerce and culture would practice.
The first meeting of the Congress, Bombay, 1885. In the centre, the only white man, Hume, the rebel in the Raj. The Indian people now had a voice. In the 1880s, they also gained a free press when the British lifted their restrictions and a flood of hundreds of papers hit the stands, mainly vernacular ones which the British couldn't control. The British period would be brief, a blip in the story of India, but the Raj would see the birth of the idea of India as one nation, unified as much by the idea as by the railways, maps and communications. Right, so we're going to the offices of one of the oldest Indian newspapers, the Pioneer. Started a lot about more than 140 years ago. The writer Rudyard Kipling, who was born in India, wrote for the Pioneer, which then opposed the freedom movement.
Sure. They had their own printing press. Yeah. It was that linographic and that letterpress we had in those days.
So an international perspective here. The Kabul conference, the British bothered about what the Russians are doing in their backyard. The British Raj was one of the most ingenious and adaptive empires in history. An immense patchwork embracing nearly a quarter of the people of the planet, with 675 princely states, 2 of them the size of large European countries. An arrangement so extraordinary that it's scarcely believable that it existed on the ground. But it did. And this is the archive of British India.
Yeah, this building was constructed by the British people.
So it contains all the government records.
Yeah, these are all government records.
Look at this. But imperialism is never benign.
We have 30 kilometers of line of surface.
30 kilometers?
Yeah, here in this building. And in addition to this building, then in the next building, we have another 40 kilometers of line of subspace.
So 70 kilometers.
Yeah. Total, we have 70 kilometers.
This is the social history of India, isn't it? For such forms of knowledge are never neutral.
By the middle of the 19th century, the nature of colonialism in India is changing. From a relatively benign, what we call the Orientalist phase of colonialism, this is now an arrogant Britain, the first country of the Industrial Revolution ruling the world. And then from the 1850s, the competition worldwide for colonies. Other countries are coming up and competing for colonies. So therefore, there's a great need to have a very systematic ordering of people's lives, the information and everything related to them.
And how did they set about it in terms of defining the people of India?
But apart from just enumerating the population, I think the crucial issue is how you enumerate. What are the categories you employ? And I think it's extremely important to remember that right from the beginning, religion was the one dominant category which entered all other categories. This is the report which is preparing for the first census of 1881. And the first item in this is about religion. And once you begin counting people according to their religious origin, then when politics comes in, religion then becomes a religious community. At the turn of the century, for example, in 1909, there was a big debate which started that Hindus were actually going to disappear. Because in fact, one of the census commissioners of Bengal made a statement that if the Muslims continue to grow at this rate, Hindus will disappear. And then some Hindus took it up and said, Hindus are dying race. Similarly, the Muslims, when they took their first delegation, and out of which the Muslim League was formed, and they went to see the Viceroy, they said, we number so much. We are outnumbered by the Hindus. If you are going to have a representative system which is based on majorities, principle of election, we are never going to be there because we now means Muslims.
the implication of that seems to be that by defining an Indian people in this way, the British set a path for the way that Indians would construe their path to independence.
Absolutely right. And we are still living with that legacy. We are struggling with it. We fall victim to it. We resist it. But it is still with us.
Subjects of the greatest empire the world had ever seen, the Indian people were drawn into Britain's world conflict. In the First World War, Indians fought for the King Emperor in the trenches of Flanders and the deserts of Iraq. But when the war was over, the freedom movement, led by the Congress Party and the Muslim League, who now represented a Muslim electorate, were expecting a payoff.
More than 2 million Indians had fought in the war on behalf of the British. Thousands had been killed. But still there was a loyalty to Britain, despite a strong Home Rule movement. But the British rewarded that loyalty by imposing the wartime sedition laws in peacetime. No trial, no lawyer, no appeal.
Only months after the end of the war, a peaceful demonstration took place in the Punjab, in the Sikh holy city of Amritsar. The callous ineptitude of the British General Dyer would make Amritsar a notorious name in the history of Britain and India.
They come here from this passage. This was the only entry or exit. They put the guns here, opened fire on the public. So there was no warning. No warning.
How big was the crowd?
About 20,000 people had gathered.
20,000. At least 400 people were killed that day and 1,500 injured.
Did you have family members present that day? My grandfather, Dr. S. Mukherjee, he was present on that happening, but luckily escaped. And since then, we are looking after this.
On such moments, history can turn. The Amritsar massacre gave an irresistible impetus to the freedom movement. The main players were all British-educated lawyers. The canny Mohandas K. Gandhi, the brilliant Muhammad Jinnah of the Muslim League, and Jawaharlal Nehru, the austere star of Congress. Together, they were to plan one of history's greatest revolutions, driven by the ancient Indian idea of non-violence.
During great times and rare times and unique times, I always say. And I'm glad that I lived almost through all these times.
Aged 95, P.D. Tandon has died since we met. He was an old Nehru family friend, a freedom fighter in the 1930s and 40s.
So you had a sense of being present when history was being made.
I was not only present, I was making history with them. And I myself went to jail. And I was imprisoned by the British Empire for 14 months.
For 14 months?
Oh, yes.
When was this?
1942.
1942. You knew Nehru from the early days. Was it apparent even then that he was a man marked by destiny?
Pandit Nehru had good estimate of himself. But he seldom expressed it. We watched him watching in the Vanilla Bhavan, could see and could gather from his talks that he is very confident and sure of himself.
Very confident and sure of himself.
Yes, that's right.
You must have got to know Gandhi well also.
Oh, yes, I knew him too.
What kind of impression did he make on you? Many people speak of his magic spell on people. Tell us what you thought.
When I saw Gandhiji and met him, I was very impressed. He was an unusual man, a rare human being, and a wonderful leader of mankind.
Today, the Anand Bhavan, the Nehru family house in Allahabad, is a shrine to India's struggle for freedom.
We are worshipping Gandhi, we are worshipping Nehru. Nehru, they were the greatest people of our country.
So Gandhiji is not forgotten?
Never.
People do not realize how difficult it was to get freedom. Those who were not born, those who have not seen, who don't know what was freedom struggle. British rule, it was a very disciplined rule. They accept this thing. But you know, in bondage, nobody likes. Everybody likes to be free.
Nehru and Gandhi and their colleagues were engaged in the greatest liberation struggle that had ever taken place in history. The question for them was, which way would India go? What India did they imagine? What was India? If the path forward was going to be democracy, then how was that to be squared with the iniquities of a caste system, with the oppressions of the hereditary landlords and the feudal cowbelt, with the inequality of women? And how would a single united India encompass all its diverse religious traditions, whose voices were becoming more and more insistent?
By 1940, Jinnah had come to believe that Hindu and Muslim were two separate nations that cannot live together, and talk began of partition.
The British attitude towards the partition of India was slightly ambivalent. On the one hand, they had created this unity. That was not. They gloried in the fact that they had created a united India. And they also knew that if India became divided, all sorts of defense problems would arise. And they were also very conscious of the great divide between the Hindus and the Muslims.
Here in the Viceroy's Lodge in Simla in 1946, the British tried too late to broker a loose federation comprising groups of Hindu and Muslim states under a central government. But the coalition collapsed in mistrust from both sides, and Jinnah finally pushed for a separate state for Muslims, Pakistan.
Jinnah had moved towards the idea of Pakistan. What he used to say, after we have divided, then we can come together. Then we can cooperate. This is what Maulana Azad said. This is divorce before marriage.
So finally, in the summer of 1947, the British washed their hands of the problem. And with great pride and yet profound disappointment, Nehru accepted India's destiny.
Long years ago, we made a pact with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
But a partitioned India, with Muslim Pakistan itself divided by 2,000 miles from east to west. On the two sides of India, in the Punjab and Bengal, the dividing line between Muslim and Hindu had been drawn up by a British civil servant in 6 weeks, using information gathered from the censuses. The line ran through fields and communities, across railways, roads, and irrigation schemes. It went through villages and even through individual houses. and it cut through the deepest layers of the history of the subcontinent.
Hello. Very nice to meet you. I'm Michael. So how old is Mrs. Fernandez?
82.
82. You're in fine form.
To make matters worse, the British kept the line secret till after independence on the 15th of August, and they were culpably negligent in failing to provide troops to protect the people in the ethnic cleansing that followed when Hindu, Sikh and Muslim began to kill each other.
And the village was just over the border in what is now Pakistan, is that right?
हम बहुत अमीर आदमी से हमारा घर का जो सामान था बहुत हम दूध पीने के लिए हमारे पास हर चीज होती थी मेरा नहीं गाय सब गोली ऊपर चढ़ने दास इन्होंने मतलब ज्वाला नेहरू ने वो पाकिस्तान हमारा इलाका पाकिस्तान को दे दिया तो मुसलमान जो थे ना उन्होंने हमारे हिंदू सिखों को मारना शुरू कर दिया हमारे गांव के मुसलमान थे जो उन्होंने बोला हमको भाई आपको तुम यहाँ पाकिस्तान बन गया तो आपको यहाँ रहने नहीं देंगे तो तुमको चलो लाहौर कैंप बना हुआ था लाहौर में कैंप था हमारा लोगों का उधर छोड़ा से कैंप से आपका उन्होंने उनको सबको घर से निकाल कर जब ले आए हमारे कुएं पर तो वहां उन्होंने सबको मार दिया 17 करके नंबर 17 से
17 members of your family. Yeah. Yeah.
In the summer of 1947, that story was repeated across the Punjab as great floods of people fled in fear. Hindus and Sikhs eastwards into India, Muslims westwards into the new Pakistan. 14 million people, the largest migration in history, and up to 1 million died. We console ourselves by talking of common human feeling, but there are times in history when there is no such thing. But could the partition have been avoided? What if the Congress and the Muslim League had made concessions and accepted the federation? Why did the British have to rush independence? Could the slaughter have been avoided if they provided a few battalions to protect the refugees? And will India and Pakistan come back together again, as Jinnah hoped? A few miles inside the Pakistani border, we found Swaran Singh's old village, still with its Hindu name. This was the place he left as a boy in terror in 1947 after the murder of 17 of his family.
Not me. Okay, shukriya. Yeah, okay. So we are in the right place.
And the old people here, Muslims, have the same story, uprooted, fleeing for their lives from India. Here at the end, they told a tale with a glimmer of hope.
हम जिला होशियारपुर से चलकर वहाँ बागे से सिर्फ 28 मील सफर किया ट्रकों च बाकी सब तुर चलकर पैदल आए हैं इसलिए नहीं गाड़ी जाते ही इसलिए अगर गाड़ी बह जाए सारे कतल हो जाए साडा जो कमांडर ही ना शेख अपना अब्दुलरहमान वो कहता गाड़ी में नहीं बैठे हुए ना ट्रकों में किसी ने पैदल चल के जो गाड़ी में बैठे वो कतल हो जाते सारे कतल कर इस वास्ते असं मुकाबला करते हैं
Were there cases where friends helped friends?
करते हैं मेरा भाई है वो नाल से वो क्रॉस कर लो सिर ते वो जिस वक्त मारने गए कड्ढन वास्ते गए बाहर इधर कड्ढन वास्ते गए ने कि आओ तुम विद्या कर देंगे वो बंदे पै गए उन्होंने मार दिते उसके माँ प्यो छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं 2-3 हिंदू के वो लोग गए उन्होंने वापस मेरे भाई ने घर लाया उन्होंने जख्म पट्टी मरम पट्टी की थी वो बाद दे विच कोई 2-3 महीने बाद फिर उन्होंने आर्मी के नाल वो आप आए तो वो बच्चे नाल ले गए
अभी तो खत्म
जी हाँ
they still get letters. Wow, what an amazing story.
History sometimes happens in a way which is not willed by the main participants. Nehru and Gandhi saw themselves as the great idealists, but in the end failed to grasp the biggest prize. Jinnah was a convinced secular nationalist who only at the very end took an independent Pakistan. And as for the British, they were tried and found wanting. So that's how India and Pakistan got freedom 60 years ago. It's not been plain sailing since. There's been 3 wars, nuclear bombs, they're still at loggerheads over Kashmir. In 1971, East Pakistan, with India's help, broke away and became Bangladesh. And India and Pakistan have not yet become the friends after the divorce that Jinnah hoped. But when the dust settles on 1947, that surely will come. And as for India, the tale of the last 60 years is above all a triumph of democracy.
It's managed the art of building democratic and stable political institutions over 6 decades in a country which, in the first 20 years after independence, was predicted to disintegrate. And it's begun freeing the creative energies of its people, which had been stifled by certain political and economic choices made after 1947. The transformation of national level politics, where we've gone from the dominant one-party state to coalition governments. We've seen a transformation in the economy.
And its economy is making India a global giant in the new century. Soon to become the world's biggest population, by the 2030s, it's predicted that India's GDP will overtake the United States, and India will resume the position it has had for much of history. The world's biggest democracy is looking once more to the future.
Indians are filled with a sense of the possible. There is a tremendous degree of optimism about the future, which I think is all the more interesting for coming from a people who in so many other ways are anchored in the past.
We've come on a journey of thousands of years and thousands of miles, a tale that began with the first migration of human beings out of Africa and ends at this point with India as a global power. Great civilizations over time develop responses, habits, cultural immune systems that enable them to absorb the shocks and wounds of history and also to use the gifts of history. Those are the habits of successful civilizations. And India has always done that, always renewing its gene pool, always being receptive to new ideas, and yet tenaciously holding on to that essential vision, that way of seeing the world, which is India. At the dawn of history, Nehru said 60 years ago, India started on her unending quest, and trackless centuries are filled with her striving and the grandeur of her success and her failures. Through good and ill fortune alike, she's never lost sight of that quest, or forgotten the ideals which gave her strength. Today, India discovers herself again. India, the ancient, the eternal, and the ever new. It's funny. Sometimes you set off on a journey not knowing exactly where you're going or what you're looking for, just that you're looking. Funny too how it's often those journeys which grow in the mind afterwards and, however disturbing, keep drawing you back. India's like that for me. 20 years ago, when we were students, back in '68, many of my friends went on hippie trail to India, looking for illumination, searching for the wisdom of the East, for a different road from what we saw as the materialism of the West. I didn't go, and I've always regretted it. What India told me changes. To be honest, I didn't believe them then. But now, as we near the end of this century of destruction of earth and spirit, with so much of the world wounded, India still beckons. It is so vast, so varied, 800 million people, 1,500 languages, a culture 5,000 years old. It does seem to hold some secret of life. And I know this will sound a little romantic, but I suppose I was setting out hoping to touch that somewhere along the way. With all the pressures of the modern world, how has India preserved itself?
I'm not quite sure, but I think I'm going to go to the Delhi, Banaras, Calcutta, down to this.
And of course, in asking questions of India, we may perhaps learn something about ourselves too. This is only an impression, only one Westerner's journey, an outsider's point of view. I simply went to see. I arrived in Delhi on a Friday evening and arranged to meet an American friend at the great mosque in the old city. Jim's been coming back here for 20 years. Now he's married in India and lives here. His view of India is very simple.
Yeah, I like the sociability of the people. Indian people are extremely social. My son is 3 years old, and he has no doubt about the fact that he's worth something in the world, and the people around him, they love him. And the very crowd of India is the warmth of India. And yeah, it's got that, but there's no place to live.
But what happens when a traditional society like India modernizes? Doesn't that create conflict?
So the whole question of traditionality and fanaticism is a part of traditionality. But the whole question of traditionality is up against McDonaldization. You're going to be able to buy that hamburger everywhere.
Even in the land of the sacred cow.
Even well, that's good. Well, they'll find the trick.
But is there a problem now with the gap between the new rich and the mass of the peasantry who labour in the fields just as they've done since prehistory?
Look at the price of a house in Delhi, for example, is $250,000, and the average anywhere from 200,000, 150,000 up to $250,000 easily, and finally double it or more. And the average national income is $280 per capita. So, look, extremes. We haven't anything in our culture that even begins to compare with these extremes. I think that's one of the things that makes India fascinating.
The extremes.
I mean, there's nothing you can say about India that's not true somewhere. Somewhere. It's the hottest, it's the coldest, it's the best, it's the worst, it's a universe in itself.
And the universe possibility. in gestures, stray feelings, chance meetings, imagined lives. Don't these intimate signs tell us much more about a country than a dozen news bulletins? And then, away from the warmth of the crowds around the mosque, in the chilly February avenues of New Delhi, the seat of power, it's here that the shadow of modern Indian politics falls. Another side of India, glimpsed as you head to the station to catch the night mail to Benares. It's 15 hours by train, 600 miles south of Delhi, to India's most sacred city, Benares, on the river Ganges. Home of the great god Shiva, and for me, a childhood dream of India. There can be no place on earth like Benares. Older than history, older than tradition, older even than legend. And it looks twice as old as all of them put together. It has many names, but the faithful call it Kashi, the city of light. If you want to see what religion still means in India today, it's here, everywhere around you, totally unself-conscious. They still come here in their thousands every day to worship, to bathe, to sightsee. People are cremated here, they even get married at the water's edge. At least once in a lifetime, every pious Hindu hopes to come here to wash away his sins in the waters of the Ganges. Many come permanently, renouncing material possessions to spend the end of their life, not in retirement, but in what we would consider poverty. This old man came here in the Second World War, giving up family life and a lawyer's practice in Calcutta. Every day for the past 45 years, whatever the weather, he has come down to this spot to bathe. Like many, he believes that Kashi is so holy that to die here is enough to gain salvation, and to make sure he's never even stepped out of the city in all that time.
With your left foot, you do not know what is outside the boundary of
Kashi.
Boundary is Varna and Kashi.
So what is,
I never went up.
how have you lived your life then over the 45 years? What do you do each day?
What you see, this is like baby lost. This is not
You come down and bathe?
I go to there and give water, or pour water there, and you study.
In India, is it very common for men and women to give up the world and go into a religious life? This is a common thing.
Yes.
Probably Lord Krishna is not any country except India.
Because there are ashrams.
Kashi is the center of religion.
We have got in our Vedas, it is enunciated that there are stages.
His friend then gave me a quick tutorial on the stages of life which lead you to renounce the world and become a free
There
man.
are 6 stages. And we are just I am in the 5th stage and he is in the 6th stage. Last stage.
So Ganganan is that you are a sannyasi. No,
Yes.
In fact, they both held really good jobs. His friend, I might have guessed, had been a headmaster.
Formerly I was a headmaster and discharging my duties for 35 years, and after the passing away of my wife, I left my children what all they needed. And just now I am free. And when you have got money in your pocket, you have got worry also with you. When you are moneyless, you don't have any worry. So, Asha, that is, desire is the first enemy. Fearlessness is your first friend.
Desire the enemy? Could the secret of happiness be that simple?
has your life been a happy life here in Kashi over the 45 years?
I never leave this Kashi. And I do not appreciate never.
Happiness is different from satisfaction. That is mental satisfaction.
It is so beautiful. It is so favorable. It is so good. I can bear my life is satisfied. I do not know what it will be after death. I achieved salvation in the living life.
In living life, you achieve salvation.
Yes, I gain a salvation while I am living. What about the death? Who knows?
Who knows indeed what happens after death? At Kashi, all you see is that the measure of your life is the weight of wood it takes to burn your body. But Hindus believe that death is not the end, that we're reborn into another life, that there is a unity of all creation to which eventually we may return. Looking at it through Western eyes, it's easy to think that this is a society trapped in the past, but here religion really is the opium of the people, a people confounded by the stresses of the modern world, finding comfort in dreams. But after a while, another thought begins to nag. Perhaps it is we in the West who have lost touch with things deep inside us, things still necessary to make us whole. We who see death as the opposite of life, where in India, death is the opposite of birth. The cremations continue on the banks of the river all day and all night. The body is reduced to a handful of ash, and the spirit is freed once more. For the crowds on the Benares waterfront. These scenes are everyday life, for they have come for darshan, to see the sacred river itself and to be purified by its water. For water is India's life, and the Ganges is the water of India. It is all India's rivers. Around it are entwined the deepest memories, her hopes and fears, her joys and her sorrows. It's hard to look on such scenes, especially for us on the outside. Our feelings of guilt make us turn away. It's a short rickshaw ride away from the river to get back to the warmth and safety of the town. There the crowds are gathering, for tonight is Shivratri, the great Hindu festival celebrating Shiva's marriage. It's Benares' biggest night of the year, and on Shivratri everything is unpredictable.
So what happens on Shivratri?
Many kalakar, mridang player, and everybody making puja of Lord Shiva and playing some double sound.
No, I didn't quite catch all that. But does it matter? After all, is not this visible world of parking fines and rickshaw repayments mere Maya, illusion?
You come to Shivratri. Coming for Shivratri, and I meet you, and आप आइए, दूसरी घाट आइए, और घाट प्रधान वहाँ बजाइए, जम के, भंग का गोला छाड़िए, and shopping ये,
On festival days, Benares shows its other side. It's a busy and expensive commercial city where the spiritual and the material go hand in hand. It's a warren of alleys full of guides, shopkeepers, landladies and con men on the lookout for wide-eyed pilgrims and tourists. And all this commerce is watched over by the patron saint of businessmen and shopkeepers, the elephant-headed Ganesh, who removes obstacles, keeps the world turning. It's almost impossible to be on your own in India. But right at the top of Benares is a 17th century observatory built by a Maharaja, like most of the great buildings along the waterfront. No one seems to come here anymore. From here, you can either gaze at the heavens or look out at the opposite bank. If you die over there, the man on the rickshaw told me, you'll come back in the next life as a donkey. Funny sense of humor, God. Here at Benares, as the sun set on the night of Shivratri, the festival of the great god Shiva, the bathers still crowded the banks, absorbed in all their different duties. Alone among them, I felt a little out of place with my doubts and my certainties. For these are people who know so clearly why they're here, bathing, doing their pujas, their worship, or simply lost in thought. The night of Shivratri, the February new moon, marks the end of winter, the coming of spring, and the beginning of the hot season. And as the crowds gathered part of the labyrinth, I came face to face with the riddle of modern Indian history. Hindu, Muslim, British. How will these castes best serve the future? And behind it all, filling the night, is still the presence of Shiva. In the heart of the alleys is an Islamic mosque built in the 17th century on the ruins of the old Hindu temple of Shiva, Lord of the Universe. All day long, the Hindu pilgrims have filed round the mosque to reach their temple, destroyed again and again by fanatical Muslim emperors, while the Indian army stands on guard against the threat of violence between Hindu and Muslim. Tonight, the pilgrims had come in their tens of thousands for darshan, to see, and I was swept along with them. It's easy to see why first impressions of India can so often repel or overwhelm. There are so many meanings, so hard to hold on to, revealing themselves only gradually. It is frightening and yet somehow familiar, distinct yet deeply desirable, lost is still dimly comprehended. And all the while, mingling with the smoke of fireplaces, the smell of petrol and incense, the past seems to hang in the night, electric in the mouth. You're supposed to stay up all night on Shivratri to ward off evil spirits, but it was all too much for me. Before I fell asleep, crossing to the other shore, I remembered a story. The Hindu scriptures say that Paris is the place where creation starts each time the world is born again. They say that before creation, there was an ocean of unborn matter with neither time nor space, nor light nor dark, nor death nor immortality. Then an egg of life was conceived in the waters, and from that egg came everything. Hindus say our reality is Maya, illusion. Even the great gods are all part of a universal consciousness, call it what you will, from which we are all made and to which all things return. An endless, unceasing flow of energy which comes from joy, is sustained by joy, and to joy returns. Since the creation, Hindus say, there have been times when all life had a balance and a wholeness, when the oxen drew the plough and the cows gave milk, when there was plenty and the law of life, dharma, was pure. This vision of a golden age of pastoral India, many Indians still hold in their hearts today. And it is true that it is from the villages that India's creative power has come, rooted in the rich life of the soil. But in the countryside today, the story is one of change, brought by the modern world. The railways have helped create modern India, giving it a unity and a mobility it never had before. The trains go on Western tracks in Western time, and slowly have eroded older lines of communication. I was on my way from Benares to Calcutta, 300 miles down the Ganges plain, when I broke my journey at Bolton. Out here in the countryside, people's lives are still ruled more by the elements, by the gods of nature, and by Delhi. Scorched in summer, liable to flood every monsoon, the very things which bring life, the sun and the river Ganges, also bring destruction. Despite that, most Indians, over 600 million, still live in villages. So a village like Jaidev is India's roots. Over the last 40 years, the road in and out of the village has brought in many new influences from the outside, and even new gods. Among them was communism. West Bengal is one of 2 Indian states run by elected communist governments who have loosened the old bonds of landlord and caste. But the basis of village life is still the extended family and traditional religion. Here in this house, everyone lives and works together. The aunts and sisters are helping make beedis, little cigarettes for sale in nearby Bolpur. In their one room, where everyone sleeps, they have the family shrine. By the wall are the stainless steel pots which have replaced the fired clay used for so long. Above are posters of the family gods. Most Indians do their daily worship, their pujas at home, and every family has its special deity. And in pride of place, in the corner, is the most expensive family possession, as it is in millions of Indian households, a hero bicycle. As for the future, with Shiva's blessing, by the time the family's newest member is 20, India's family will have over 1,500 million people. The richest house in the village has now got TV. And every Sunday, along with half the people of India, the villagers gather to watch the Ramayana, the national epic. It's a soap opera, but on a cosmic scale, nothing less than the story of the gods. Everybody knows the Ramayana. It's such a hit, there have been riots when electricity cuts have blacked out the screen. All proof, if proof is needed, of the power of the medium, so of the continuing hold of the ancient myths. And as the Ramayana ushers the village into the electronic age, a blind Baal singer goes by, a figure from the past, the bringer of news and entertainment to the village. But as the sun sets, an older world comes back into its own, the world which existed out here before the age of television. At nightfall, out on the margin of the village, at a little tree shrine, the Baals gather to sing. Their name means the mad cows. They're outsiders, seekers of truth who reject any master, any distinction of caste or religion. Their worship is personal. They have no priests. It was one of them, Debu, who consecrated this shrine to Shiva 6 months ago on empty land. I was miles from anywhere here, and I couldn't speak the language. But it didn't need words to understand the Baal's hospitality, their strength and their sense of freedom, the continuing richness of the life of the majority of people in today's India. Is this temple site a very old? Is it a very old temple here?
পুরনো, খুবই পুরনো নাকি সত্যিটা অনেক দিনকার পুরনো বলো হ্যাঁ
It is very, very, very old. So Debu explained he'd set up the shrine after Shiva, old matted hair, had come to him in a vision. True, he had only just made the shrine, but it could be thousands of years old. I've been here for ages. So how did you find this place? And had it been forgotten as a holy place? Or? He didn't find it. It found him, in a sense. It had always been here, for everywhere is sacred. Did he come walking one day and feel the vibes? Anyone can create such a place, anywhere, in the office, on a train, or out in the wilds. And that's what Debu had done. Every part of creation is sacred if we choose to give it reverence.
এদের আনন্দ দেখে যখন আমাকে বাউল হতো আমি
Dear Lord, I was born as a Brahmin, and looking at the state of the world, please make me a bowl.
Is Debu married and does he have children? I felt as if I'd tapped a root here with Debu and his friends. Passionate, intelligent people, guarding in their hearts a kind of collective memory. I wonder what their village India will be like in 20 years' time. Perhaps they'll never need to break with their past completely as we did in the West. But the pressures on such people, economic and social, are very great. And here in West Bengal, as everywhere, the story is often one of migration to the big city. Calcutta, midnight. Coming from the station, you enter the city over an empty Howrah Bridge. Calcutta. The name conjures images of the black hole, Mother Teresa, millions on the streets, Kipling's City of Dreadful Night. But the night is cool and pleasant, and the city seems deserted. Driving down Strand Road, it takes a while to see, but they are there, the homeless, the sleepers. They've simply merged back into the darkness, become one with the rubble and the rubbish. Shadows in the night. Travellers who arrive late can usually find a bed in the YMCA on Charingi, one of those familiar arrangements left by the British. And the shower water is still the Ganges, still the water of India, bubbling from standpipes, rivulets, sewers beneath the city. Relief to us all, whether we have a roof tonight or not. Calcutta was the first British foundation here. It's India's largest city and her richest industrially and intellectually. Politically, it's dynamite. Calcutta led the struggle against the British and has often continued it against the Nehru dynasty which followed. Now, the communist government is just as forceful in its one of the most crowded places on earth, with 14 million people, Calcutta swelters in 100-degree heat in summer, in a foul climate. No wonder the prophets of doom keep expecting it to collapse into its own sewers in an orgy of plague and violence. But it's not happened. Chaotic and edgy, but vibrant and exciting, the city still manages to work. How orderly the rush hour commuters crossing the Howrah Bridge by tram and on foot, or over the Hooghly River on crowded ferries. How patiently, too, the people on the street go about their daily rituals. Careful observances of the villagers have been brought into the city, but despite their poverty, they have retained that graceful discipline of personal life. Even here, beneath the seeming chaos, there is an order and a dignity. Calcutta takes its name from Kali the Terrible, Shiva's consort, a primeval mother force on pilgrim souvenirs, Kali stares, tongue dripping blood. The British may have fathered the city of night, but Calcutta's dog mother is Kali, and her temple is at Kalighat.
And it is very near from the Ganges, and you will have to go by from this way temple. You will have to go the south near the Ganges, and then you will have to turn right near the Ganges. Then you will see the Aditya, and there is a temple also there, Kali temple also over there. Thank you very much. And Shiva temple also. Are you a native of this place? Oh, yes. Were you born here? Oh, yes, I born in this place. Not only me, my father, my mother, they also born in this place. We are here last 100 years. And we are generation by generation. We are the priest of the temple. Oh, you are the priest. So every piece they have got a holy chain, and this is a symbol of the holy chain. This is a symbol of the holy chain.
Is it possible for me to go into the temple?
Yes, you can go. You follow me. He will show you inside the temple.
Thank you very much. Okay. Bye-bye.
By the 60 million people of West Bengal, Kali was a minor underworld goddess of prostitutes and bandits until the British came. She grew fast in popularity. This temple was built in 1809 with lavish gifts from devotees.
Yes. One of the biggest temple in Bengal. Yes.
And how many people come here? Many thousands?
Yes.
As always, gods rise and fall according to the needs of the time. Famine, disease, prosperity, even now TV and cinema can turn unknown gods into stars.
Even in the night as well.
Around Kali's shrine, you can see lesser gods from the villages who have gathered to serve the swelling population of the city. The smallpox goddess, the snake goddess, Manasa, who gives fertility and childbirth.
Now, what's it? Yes, the baby. Sense.
What's snake?
Sense. Baby. What Mansa.
So the women come here for
to
ask for babies.
Yes.
Yeah. And they come and they thank the snake goddess when they've had babies.
So perhaps the rise of Mother Kali herself was a first reaction by Mother India to the impact of the West, retreating to the past for fear of the present. Then Kali demanded blood sacrifice, life for life. She still does. There's a little ashram nearby where a guru lives, an ex-merchant seaman to whom the local people go for help and advice. Like many of his age, he's nostalgic for the days of British rule. But becoming independent is often a painful process as we open up the past and come to terms with what lies inside.
Just looking back at your youth, Shastri Baba, seeing that you've been to England and all that, what do you think the British left to India?
Oh, it was very nice life. It was very, very good life.
Are you serious?
Yes. Seriously, I'm thinking.
In what way?
Yes. We were better. We were much better than now. We were much better than now. Because there was discipline. Now there is no discipline. Discipline, the word, has gone from the dictionary of India. In our boyhood, we used to go to temple, we used to go to puja mandal, every religious work we used to do. But nowadays, our people, our children, they forget that. They used to go cinema, they used to go video, they used to go TV. They have forgive and forget God. So by next generation coming, maybe it is destroyed.
So you
have wished.
You are pessimistic about the future?
Oh yes. I'm very fear the future. Because one great destroyer is coming. Great earthquake or flood, like this, natural disturbance is coming. The very wide. Not in small, to the vast land to be destroyed. Because we forgive God.
I can't see India forgetting God just yet. But Shastri Baba's life spans most of this century, so he can be forgiven for feeling the pace of recent change. And life still has its pleasures. What about the other things? I mean, I've just been seeing cricket on every television set.
everything.
Do you like cricket?
Oh yes. Everything was very jolly. Everything was very happy.
You make it sound like a golden age.
Yeah, golden.
So do you go and watch cricket?
Oh yes. I can play still now.
Really?
Yes.
Are you a batsman or a bowler, Chester?
I was all rounder. Bowler.
So the Ashram doesn't have a cricket team, though, does it?
I used to play in South Calcutta. Still now that.
How typical of Indians that they should fall in love with a game of impenetrable rules which can last for days and end with no winner. But the British left their mark in a deeper way on the streets of India. 40 years ago, they bequeathed her the ideal of a unified state where there never was one before, a secular state. They left her the Western concept of individual freedom, the rule of law, before which the rickshaw man and the Rajah should be equal, a secular law. But the Hindu law of love, Dharma, is based on very different ideals, though no less valid, collective ones of caste, family, religion, sustained people even in the grinding poverty of the streets, to death and beyond. But for us in the West, there's only one life, and death is the end of it. The old British cemetery in Park Street, in the heart of Calcutta, opened in 1767. Its great pyramids and obelisks now stained black by the relentless climate. So important weren't we, in death as in life. Here are our classmates, Thackeray's father, sons of Captain Cook and Charles Dickens. Did we come out to India so confident in our God, our law, our idea of time? How young they were, so many of our ancestors who died in Calcutta's malarial heat. I wonder if their experience of India left them still short of the end, that ours was the right and only way. Perhaps we never really understood the Indians of Rothschild, that the one and the many are the same, part of a single unceasing stream, and that material things pass away, like the ashes and marigolds on the Hooghly River. And so, the further you get into India, the more perplexing it gets. But Calcutta's a wonderful place to be perplexed in. The city is the centre of political and cultural debate in India. Its bars and coffee houses resound with the cut and thrust of controversy, and they're as likely to throw Shelley at you as Vivekananda or Tagore. So I made a date that night with 3 wise heads, and we all got there, despite a demonstration and the Bengali jokes about power cuts and telephones. We met at Tripti's bar over the fruit market. There was a famous Bengali journalist and translator, 50 years in newspapers. Deepak's at the university, and Jyoti at the back is writer, poet, incorrigible romantic, and unrepentant Anglophile. And as I say in Bengal, what Calcutta thinks today, the rest of India thinks tomorrow.
I would say that the political structure is certainly crumbling down. You find some very great changes already come over in the past 3 or 4 years. The federalistic structure is certainly about to collapse. In the south, in the east, the so-called Indian Union is breaking up. And I delight in the idea of breaking up. Yes, that's true. I would celebrate when the Indian state dissolves. Number two, I see very great and rapid changes taking place. Not brought about by the government, not brought about by the intellectuals. It is brought in from by the, 10 years ago, very few people would have even believed that it was possible for somebody mending shoes under the shade of the tree, at the corner of the street, even voting. Now he's not just voting, he has a transistor by his side. And maybe even in his chokery, even in his he has got a TV set.
It's basically the esotericism of the people. A very, very deeply rooted esoteric language of life. And a very, very deeply rooted, which not only, as Hamdi says, they're not only people who are indoctrinated or influenced by newer ideas, and they are moving away from religion. But one has to understand that the marginal people in India, the people who really are at the bottom, they also don't give a shit about about the religious stuff.
It's a very common view, especially in the West, that India is besotted by religion, if you like, the opium of the people, that change is impossible, especially from the bottom. Now, Jyoti, what do you think about that?
This is my speculation, that caterpillar turned into a butterfly. India will be the least religious place in the world 10 years or 15 years from now. I shall bring it up. All this nonsense about religion and old myths and old chaining down the people was just kind of people reading a timetable at a railway waiting station. We've been waiting for the express train to arrive, for the change to come.
And has the change come, Jack?
It will.
Yes, but where are the signs? Where are the signs?
The signs are in the mind. The signs are not as bare.
Whose mind, Jack? I'm traveling through the countryside. I find it impossible to believe that there's been a real change for the better for the mass of the ordinary people of India over the last few years. So explain the nature of the change.
First, look at that. And look at the citruism. Look, we have got the metro rail. We have got all these things. We have got all these go fast and run fast and all these things. Just go about 15 minutes inside somewhere and see how people walk the dog.
You're talking. Absolute nonsense. It's not just the metro rail. Rajiv Gandhi's new technologies will be harbinger of change.
Of course not. I'm talking about the way people are taking it easily and moving slow.
Yes. Why are they slowing down? Because like a jumper before the leap. Like the
To tell the truth, we were all slowing down by then because we'd had so much cheap rum. But Hamdi brought us back with a sobering thought. Money.
Up till now, people in India had no money, no cash. When they have cash, they can spend and now they are enjoying the pleasures of a material life.
The pleasures of a material life. How ambiguous that phrase sounded here in Calcutta. After the bar closed, I went down to the old cobbled streets of Nimtala by the Hooghly River, where the dead are buried and the tea stalls stay open all night. There the street people make their beds along the road, melting once more back into the darkness after the long hot day. No one knows how many, but there are millions. Landless peasants fleeing from feudal oppression in Bihar, poor tribals from Orissa, their ancestral forests felled for profit, all drawn to the city of night by the promise not of the pleasures of the material life, but just to raise themselves a little, maybe only to survive. The Hindu scriptures say that we're in the last age of our time, the Kali Yuga, the age of ignorance and arrogance, when the pursuit of power and material gain will lead to the destruction of life. They say there will be an apocalyptic fire and flood, and in the end it will be the last incarnation of Vishnu, Kalki, who will come on his horse and purge away the evils of our age. And when our cycle of time is over, and the old universe destroyed, everything will return to the formless waters out of which we're all made, the ocean of creation. And Shiva will wait in the calm before the next creation to dance the new universe into existence, and the world will be born again. Days later, and over 1,000 miles by train from Calcutta, I reached the deep south. This is Tamil Nadu, India's holy land. It's a place where even the weighing machines look like shrines and speak like oracles. For less than a rupee, you get moral guidance, a prophecy, and the bad news about your weight. You'll find true love, cultivate clean habits. You've lost 20 pounds since Delhi. The south is Shiva's own country. To the Tamils, unlike the northerners, he's the god of love, and they portray him in one of the most poetic of all images of divine grace, Nataraja, Lord of the Dance. And Shiva's dance of bliss took place here, Chidambra. It's a typical dusty little southern town, with a few pilgrims' hotels, 3 cinemas, and almost as many tea shops as shrines. In amongst the thatched and tiled houses are groves of coconut palms. Further out, a fertile landscape, with green jungles stretching away the last 10 miles to the sea and the southern tip of India. Out of the pilgrimage season, it's a quiet place, and you may find yourself the only traveller soaking in its tropical heat. And in March, it's starting to get very, very hot. Can I have one more dose? Thank you. After the north, Tamil Nadu is a different country. For a start, the Tamils disapprove of killing any living creature, so their food is vegetarian. Here, a square meal is just a banana leaf plate and a dosa, a paper-thin rice pancake, 2 feet across, ladled with vegetables. You eat with your hands, of course, for as the Tamils say, eating with knives and forks is like making love through an interpreter. The South is often called the real India, and it is in the sense that the Tamils are the original inhabitants. They were never really touched by Islam or the British Raj, and so they're pure Indian in a way the Northerners never could be with their mixture of races and religions. Down here, they've kept their ancient culture intact, and they're proud of it. The Southerners are the most prolific consumers and makers of images in today's India, whether in religion or in the movies. There are more temples and cinemas down here than in the rest of India put together. And like the temples, movies are powerful shapers of ideas and have become part of the tradition. Just now, people are starting to worry about the influx of Western sex and violence films, showing images on the screen which the old guard of Indian cinema, people like the superstar politician MGR, would never have believed. But as yet, that's still a distant threat. Despite these influences, most Tamils are still resolutely traditional, like the family in Chidambaram who invited me back to their house near the temple.
How are you?
Of their 4 daughters, one's married and lives in Madras. Shanti in red will be the next to go. Their mother, Nagaratanam, is a devout follower of Shiva. Their father has lost his sight and can no longer work. The youngest daughter, Akila, is at school where she learns the ancient Tamil dance. They have the same preoccupations as most families, bringing up their children, seeing them married. But here in India, each daughter must bring a dowry with her, and that can be expensive.
We have to spend a lot of rupees to marry a doctor or engineer.
How many? How many rupees?
Lakhs.
Hundreds of thousands of rupees. I am very inexpensive.
Then Akila danced for me. These beautiful poses are supposed to have been danced by Shiva himself, and despite the fact that the power was off and the cassette recorder on the blink, Akila's simple grace delighted us all.
How often do you go to the temple?
4 times.
4 times. Every day?
Every day.
Every day. Morning, early morning, 6:30 puja, and then afterwards at 10:30 Rupa Darshanam. Then continuously after till noon. After 6 last puja 9:30.
What do you receive from Lord Nataraj in your feelings? Can you describe?
No feelings.
No.
Happy.
Tamil followers of Shiva have long believed that religion means devotion to a single god. For them, as for Nagaratanam, Chidambaram is simply the temple. Their poets have sung its fame since the 7th century. It's built on a gigantic scale, dominating the town which clusters around it, and the first approach is unforgettable. Places like this were never just temples. They have been guardians of Tamil culture, centers of philosophy, literature, and art. That day, by sheer chance, the Brahmins were singing the hymn to Shiva, which is the most ancient in Indian religion. For 3,000 years, these words were transmitted orally, for they were sacred in themselves, and only Brahmins could memorize them. Shiva to drive away hatred, and let us be born again through our... The sacrifice here, unlike Calcutta, is vegetable, coconut milk. A simple, like the Christian sacrament, food touched by God is partaken by the worshippers. Entering the temple, for me, was an astonishing and timeless experience. Its halls, cool and mysterious, wafted with incense. The temples run by an ancient community of priests who have preserved the rituals of the Hindu way of life over the centuries. For them, Shiva is both male and female, and to express that balance, they wear their hair as half man, half woman. How old is the temple, Raja?
Nobody knows the origin of the temple.
Yeah, but all these halls and corridors are how old?
Roughly 1,000 years.
1,000 years old. Amazing. And what about the priests who run the temple? Because they are unique in India, I think.
Very exclusive community called the Dikshitas.
Yeah.
They came, according to the Puranas, they came along with Shiva.
Yeah.
That's one street of them.
And how many are there today?
About 3,000 members, but 300 priests.
Yes. What do you have to be in order to be a priest? Are you all married or what?
First year to become a priest, we have to marry.
You have to marry.
First year
So you can't perform the rituals unless you're married. Right. So even the young men who we see are married.
6 strings as a thread, they are married.
Yeah. Who have the what?
They have the 6 strings.
The 6 strings. Yeah.
It means they are married.
Yeah.
But it's 3 they are not. It means it means 6 beauties are married.
So this is the Brahmin string. But, yeah. And how long have you been here?
I actually started my first education. Like from 68 onwards.
From 68 onwards, that's 20 years. Yeah. So we were the same generation, both children of 68. He was the first of his family to see Europe, and I the first of mine to see India. And when he goes home, he listens on his Walkman to Paul Simon and reads Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. Raja left me with this piece of ancient wisdom. The body is the bike, the soul the driver. Chidambaram, they say, means the place of the heart. And it feels at the heart of things here, in the middle of this beautiful and tranquil landscape, stretching out to the blue horizon where the land meets the sea. Fragile harmony between human beings and nature, between the senses and the spirit. No doubt in the end, everyone finds his or her own India. And this was mine. After the 2,000-mile journey, with its splendors and miseries, it came down to this one. Back down to earth from the bustle of the town, you ask yourself, can this way of life really survive the onrush of the modern world, even here in Chidambaram? At the tea stall near the temple, a journalist friend gave me a last clue.
Is religion still the driving force in people's lives?
I think it's really here to stay. But whether it's going to be such a strong driving force in the future, I really think depends on economic growth, economic development.
That's the most important.
That's the most important thing.
When we were students 20 years ago, we tended to think that the West had taken a very materialistic path and had separated the rational life from the emotional life. And in India, we saw something that perhaps those worlds still cohere. I'm not being terrible romantic to think that. Do you think that is true in India?
No, I don't think so. But I think India will also change as progress comes. It will be inevitable one day.
Is that a good thing? Do you think the material life of people counts more than religion?
No, I don't think so. But I think in India, a balance would always remain.
Will a balance always remain? It was Gandhi who said that politics and the life of the spirit are inseparable. Gandhi also urged India to choose carefully when she modernized, to take from the West only what served her interests, and not to go against her long-proved ways of doing things, a mistrust of the material life, a balance between the practical and the spiritual, an energy, and tolerance. And so it may still turn out to be. For in all these repeated rhythms of action, this dance of life on the streets, isn't there some clue to the essential spirit of India, which has been able to absorb all change and still somehow, as if by magic, remain the same, preserving herself? At 10 o'clock, the crowds leave the cinema, and the faithful enter the temple for the last puja of the day. The cycle of life in Chidambaram goes on, still in harmony with its past. The worshippers have come once more to sit in the sight of God, for that moment with the unity of creation. They have come for darshan, and I simply came to see.